It always connects me to the fucking season 12 Coda stream, and I have no fucking. Yep. Is it working now? It fucking looks like it. For fuck's sake. Okay, sorry for that outburst, people. Welcome to the ERA 4 hour of the Nürburgring Endurance Championship, the first endurance race we have for 2025. We are in 2025, yeah, we are. And I am your commentator slash race host for today. My name's Darius. And I'm being joined by the lovely, lovely Mr. Chris Wall, both of us substituting for Mr. Stephen Koenig, who sadly is ill at the moment, and we wish him all the best. Get well soon, Stephen. And yeah, that's about it from my part.
Yeah, pretty much. So race is due to start in a minute, so we're still on the waiting for stream to start screen, Darius, on
Yeah, yeah,
my
I have
bit.
I have switched it over, so it should
Yeah. Well,
switch.
I'm probably a bit behind on my thing.
I,
Yeah,
I,
this is
I
the
don't know
first.
how high the delay is actually. Yes, we have switched over.
Looking
We
better.
have switched over.
There we go. Right, so we're just a minute away from the start of the formation lap, during which we'll run through the grid, introduce you to some of the drivers, and hopefully kick off a good, successful, entertaining race here at Nürburgring GP with potentially some mixed conditions. We expecting rain, Darius? Do you think, or is it going to
I've,
stay
I've,
dry?
fa-
It's
I've,
pretty cloudy.
I do think so, but remember we are in Germany, so there's an actual chance that this might turn fucky as soon as it gets ever so slightly
Matt,
cloudy.
Matt East is saying we're very quiet, so I don't know if you can boost volume somehow or
I am boosting up that volume.
boosted. Really quiet indeed. Turn up the we this is a last minute thing, so we are the definition of winging it. So
Could have
please
been,
don't expect.
could have been a lot better, but then again, YouTube is also not helping.
No, it's not going to. So cars should be starting to make their way on the formation lap any moment now.
Think
They
we've
are indeed.
already moved on. Yes.
Lovely. So cars will start to get the tyres warm. With Mr. Peterson leading the way in the Honda. There's been a bit of a force in, as the crowns on the back of his car will show you, he's won 4 championships in a row in the Sunday Series. And he's looking to make a successful, albeit solo, start to the Endurance Championship. Typically, these championships you partner with a team, but Chris is very much doing it solo.
Yeah,
Uh,
he's pretty much benched me for this endurance, which is why I'm now
it's
sitting
weird.
sitting in comms. That's why I'm here, and Chris will have his work cut out for him because the Ferrari behind him with the appropriate number 69, nice, Mr. Andre Kleinwächter. I remember distinctly that me and Christoph raced him and his teammate before in the QRT endurance, and they're no slouches. They're actually pretty quick. So Christoph
Do you
has
want
his
to take us through the drivers?
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I can do. I can do. On number 2, we have Andreas Kleinwächter for WKS Racing. P1's Christoph Peterson for Logistical Nightmare Racing, all by himself. Then we have Andrea Martier, I think, for the Extreme Racing team in the Ferrari with the number 16. Then we have Jude Neville, another teammate of mine for the Logistical Nightmare Racing in the 296 Mercedes, not Ferrari, followed by Mr. Lucas Kolb, driving with the Lambo Maniacs, number 30, followed by Julian Vidal, Mr. Freeze in the 123 BMW, Flo Scop in the Los Patos Hermanos, the fast BMW with the 440, followed by Marios Zapandis, I guess. Sorry for the names. I'm very, very sorry. But Greek's always been a weakness. In the number four McLaren, followed by Glenn Smith in a very untypical car for Glenn. He's driving a BMW. 777 BMW, followed by by another brother team of the Koreas in the 23 McLaren, followed by Lucasen, 64 Mustang, Fomienko, 117 Lamborghini, Robert Volt, which I can't get to at the moment, 435, Aston Martin, probably behind the grid, David Schutten, number 31 BMW, Terence Ferreira in the 22 Aston, and this is all turning completely all over the place. We've got one person off already, and I think I've made a mess of this, and we're already going over the light. So followed by Volt is Schutten, Ferreira, Lichui, I guess, also Slava Ukraine. Followed by Freddie Merli in the 499 BMW, Eric Latiel in the 429 McLaren, Nicola Perrat in the 68 Ferrari, and we're go!
We're going. Jude never gets a rocket of a start. He's already going to be challenging into T1.
We see move. Oh, Jude. Oh, well done from Jude. Slight contact with Peterson. How does the rest of the field fare? Got a lot of movement. Scub lost a lot of positions. Either that or Korea gained a fuck ton of it. Everything looking clean so far. We don't have... Chris is quiet. Okay. Working on it, Chris. Take a lead.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. In the meantime, I'll keep having a look through. Let's see if I've had any movers or shakers. A couple of careers had a very good start. Glenn Smith's lost a couple of positions. Lucason's lost 5 off the start. But sort of importantly for Christoph, he's managing to just escape away in the lead. Probably assisted a little bit by Jude having a pop at the 69 Ferrari. Korea continues his assault up the field. The McLaren slicing his way past Lucas Kolb in the number 30 Lambo Maniacs. That McLaren really on the pace straight away. We have got a yellow, car number 141. Pradhan is turned around down at Dunlop, and there looks to be a couple of cars involved in that one. Looks like everyone's back underway again, but a couple of racers right from the off already put a bit of disadvantage. Sean Young in the 400 BMW involved, as is Modric in the 41 McLaren. So a couple of cars already starting to come a cropper in this one.
Now let's see if we actually have a good replay from race control. 141 you said?
141 was the first car that issued a yellow.
Okay then, let's have a look at the replay. That is Limburg's with the 420. Is that the wrong replay? And we're looking at a BMW the other way around. We've got one Aston in the pits already. This is already turning into some bit. Or has it got the replays confused? That's Limburg's. It has the replays confused. It lists the contact as 41 and 141, but only thing I get is Limburg's. Odd. Very odd indeed.
I can tell you Limburg's doesn't come up on my control console as having been involved in any form of contact. We do, though, have a McLaren spinning into the wall. I don't know what's happened to him. It looks like he's come a cropper. I didn't see that on my contact sheet, so it was all by himself, I think. Cars already in the pits and having to get some damage fixed. Kamil Hassan is one of those. He was the Aston that we saw in the background. Van Kugel also in the pit lane. So 2 Aston Martins already, not off to a great start there. 499 also producing a yellow. That is Mr. Merli in the Wise Racing BMW. He, on the approach down to Dunlop, looks like he got it just a little bit of cropper, just taken over by his teammate now. Vidal's gone through, sorry, Stewart it's gone through, and Merli now down to 26. We know he has a lot of pace, Definitely a driver that I would sort of sponsor to be able to bring it back if he needed to. One suspicion I've got, Darius, the number 41 McLaren, his ping is higher than a Joe Rogan podcast right now. That
Oh God.
McLaren is all over the place.
Oh God. We've got more
Yeah,
cars off leading out of the Mercedes arena. 10 and 55.
Yeah, that's Hudak and Lungu.
Yeah, that McLaren, as to quote Stephen, looks very second-hand to me. Very second-hand.
They tried to go side by side through the Schumacher S, and predictably it didn't work out. So that's what happened to those two. I can tell you right now, it looks like there are some penalties going to start being issued to these drivers soon, because there has been some collisions, as you would expect.
Can now see Robert Vol going for a move on Fomenko, and he pulls it off into turn 1. That's a position for Robert Volt, P15 now. Well done. And while we all watch that, we have Mr. Peterson trying to completely run away with it, only to be chased down by Kleinwächter. And they both have separated each other from Jude Neville by almost 4 seconds in the first 2 laps. Like Jude is basically playing best of the rest at this point. And just those two just keep them out of the equation. God almighty, mate. There has been quite some confusion there. If I just look through the entirety of race control, we have... Oh God, where's the position changes? So we've got...
View statistics.
Yeah, I'm looking at it. Limburg's made up 2 places. Kolb lost 2. Lucas is already down to P9. So Lucas is not having a great bit at the moment. Glenn's lost 3 positions. Gerardo gained 4. Is the current leader. Lungu lost 8 positions, but given that bad of a crash, understandable.
The big winner so far has been Limburg's in the Porsche. Not a car he's normally used to, but he's climbed 15 spots in this race. And he's actually challenging Latil in the McLaren. Very close fight on track for these two for P10. Just 4 attempts as they go down the start-finish straight separates these two. Limburg's challenging for that top 10 position in the Porsche. But Latil's also having quite a good race as well. And he goes for the move.
Slight kick at the rear. Slight kick at the rear. And he pulled it off. Well done, Limburgs. Well done.
That is a great move by Limburgs there. And he's now up into T10. So we'll begin to reel in Lucas Kolb. I think there's about 4 seconds between those two.
3 seconds. 3 seconds is what we're looking at.
Brilliant. Yeah, so he'll maybe start to drag in Lucas Kolb shortly.
I mean, his last lap was about 2.5 seconds faster than Kolb's last lap, so I think we'll have another fight on our hands very shortly. And Robert Volt got past Mr. Lucasen and is now glued to the backside of Glenn Smith. 0.3, running into Dunlop. Will there be something on there for Robert? I know the BMW is not that good in the wet, the Aston's the exact opposite, and Robert is absolutely profiting from that. Glenn's got his hands completely full for trying to get the BMW around this track. Probably not see something inside the Schumacher S. No, we won't. Safety first. Safety first.
He does lose some traction though, Darius. Like he got a big slide on there mid-apex, and that's just allowed Volt to catch up. Taking a bit of a mid-defensive line. Volt not able to take advantage. Glenn so far retaining P13.
Yeah, and Lucas is catching back up as well. So this might turn into a freeway battle faster than Glenn would have wanted. Oh boy, this can be interesting, especially if these 3 run up into each other in the Vidal chicane. We'll have a hell of a crash on our hand, but everything works out fine. Peterson and Kleinwächter have buggered off even more. Looking at a delta of 7 seconds from Kleinwächter to Jude. So
Volt have made the move, so
he's made it stick. Well done. Now let's see if Lucasen can get he gets the run on Glenn, Now, can he make it stick? Tries to go around the inside. Glenn keeps the inside into turn 2. If he doesn't mess this up, he's defending this.
Really good race in that one.
Yeah.
Both drivers keeping it
Oh,
clean
Glenn keeps the door open into turn 3. No, no, not making that one happen. Good defensive work from Glenn Smith there. Very well done.
Just enough. One thing about Nürburgring that we've
Wow,
found out.
apparently we've had a collision between Latil and Kolb because both have lost the position to Limburgs. Or Kolb has spun out, maybe. Maybe.
Let's have a look.
Lucasen still glued to the backside of Glenn Smith. Murley catching up on Terrence, 0.1 now. Running into the Dunlop. Not enough space for him to make a move. Tries to go around the outside. Spins Terrence around, but knowing Murley as he is, the clean racer that he is, immediately realizes he was at fault and lets Terrence have back the position and waits for him. Well done, well done. Good racecraft from Murley. Korea catching up to the back of P4. 0.7 of a gap. I have to say, Nick is absolutely on the run this race.
We have got some big winners out of this one. Sorry, I was just looking at some bits and bobs over on race control, just to check everything's in order with the steward inside, and I'm glad to report it is.
Yeah, I can't actually use the replay function for the rest of the race because I had to start my restart my race control mid-race.
Oh, great.
Yeah, which doesn't help. So technical difficulties is definitely like the forefront of this evening.
Well, if you would like me to look at anything specifically, I should have the power to do so.
Look at that! The fight between Glenn Smith and Lucasen has now turned into a four-way battle with Milestone and Nathan Warren joining in on the fun.
It's good to see Nathan Warren back in the driving seat. You know, it's been so long since we've seen him on track. Back in the Ferrari, of course, but Milestone, a driver that, in fairness, has come a long way in recent times, driving for Los Patos Hermanos. Now getting himself involved in this fight, so we'll see what comes out on top. What do you think out of those three cars technically, is the best one for rain conditions? Because you've said the BMW isn't the best. Is the Ferrari got an advantage?
I mean, the Ferrari always has the advantage of a good traction control. Coming from the 488, which was an absolute monster in the wet, I usually know what I'm talking about, but I haven't driven the Fiat enough to judge if the 296 is actually that good in the wet. Lucasen with some interesting moves on Glenn, but given the experience, all the experience that Glenn has, he's not that easily frightened by such a move. Keeps in, defends very well. Kolb's lap times are tumbling more and more as we speak. He's down to P12 now. Manages.
I remember how I log in as server admin. Bear me a minute.
And I've now missed Lucasen passing Glenn through the Vidal chicane. Damn, would have loved to see that. Fuck. Very sorry for the shoddy camera work, but whenever I decide to, you know, jump into somewhere else, stuff happens. Stick onto this. Is Nathan trying for a move? No, he isn't. Slight avoiding from Miles, not to overspeed into Glenn's rear. Glenn's all over the place, and Nathan takes Miles around the outside through turn 3 and makes it stick through turn 4. Unexpected and good move from Nathan Warren. Well done. If we look far up the grid, Peterson's opening up the gap to Kleinwächter even more. Current fastest lap by Peterson is a 1:57.9. Kleinwächter's trying to cling on to Peterson, but that gap is getting bigger and bigger and bigger. Gap to Jude on P3 has dropped to 10.5 seconds, with him being under attack by Martier. Is currently lapping more than half a second faster than Jude. So this might actually get interesting. Floescap onto the back of Nicholas Correa. And Martier made it round the inside of the final corner. It's always this sector that I kinda miss, but well, again, here we are. Can Jude try for the switchback? 0.1 gets the toe. Doesn't quite make it stick round the inside. Overslur from the Ferrari. Can't do much about it. Well, that sucks. That's Jude Neville into P4, and Martier is now fine, or rather free to try to catch up to Kleinwächter. Now onto the back of that train. Correa's breathing down Neville's neck. Scup, Schuten and Sepanis have formed a nice freeway train up the road. Let's check down with the back markers. And that's Lucas Kolb in the pits. That's quite an early... It's quite an early stop. The car doesn't look that damaged.
Doesn't look like he's had contact. The car's not registered the contact since the 9-minute mark, so we're not. It wasn't. A few laps ago, and it wasn't a lot.
I'm guessing. I have a slight suggestion, or rather suspicion for that. I think there might have been a tire mistake on the Fengler team.
Right, okay.
That would be my guess. That the tires are just a bit... Oh, hold on. I just realized something. Yeah, it's still greasy. Still greasy, as you can see.
So there might well be quite a lot of cars out there on...
different set of tires. Which would explain the confusion. Correa's on the back of Jude. Schuten is getting really, really close to Scup at this point. Limburgs is up to P9, only 5 seconds to P8. Limburgs is getting a good run out of this. Nathan Warren's now past Glenn Smith as well. And Glenn is losing by the lap. He's now under attack from Milestone. Nathan Warren, 0.1 onto the Mustang of Lucasen. Will he try for a move into the Vidal chicane? Nah, he thinks better of it and waits it out. Waits it out. Good decision, Nathan. Good decision. And that's Glenn Smith off out of the Vidal chicane. Good rejoin, but Glenn also lost that to Milestone. So I think the 2ID guys might be one of the guys that lost out quite a bit on the start. So I think they might be on the same tyre gamble as the Fengler team. Which would explain why Kolb gets that early into the pits. Jude's trying to hang on to dear life and hang on to the back of that Italian in a Ferrari. 0.9 to 1 second. Gap's staying quite consistent. And knowing Jude, he has the consistency to actually keep this up. So, it'll be interesting to see how that ends. And we've got a lot of penalties coming towards the drivers. If we have an overview, we've got 15 seconds for Latil.
Of course, yeah. So, there is 15 seconds to car 41 for causing a collision. Same for car 429 and number 10, but car 10 looks to have left the race, so that one's not actually been applied. And then another 10 seconds to car 41 for another causing a collision. So 41 have been racking them up. That's Modric in the McLaren, and then for an unsafe rejoin, car number 400 just got a 10-second penalty for their efforts on that one. But not a lot going on early doors. There's just one for the stewards to investigate still.
Hey boy. Hey boy. Ferrari made a mistake. Backmarker McLaren of Modric getting out of the way. Jude's closing in on Martier, and Correa's glued to the back of him. So we're looking at two freeway battles up on the front. David's shooting, still trying to get the move done on Flo Scott, but Scott does some good defending on that, opening the door for the McLaren, which can't get the traction out of the Mercedes arena. We're looking.
Yeah, he's really been struggling.
Yeah, and that's Glenn Smith getting overtaken by Freddie Merley out of the final corner. Glenn's really struggling on that one. That's unexpected. I'm really guessing there's something off with the tires here. I think people might have gone for different tire strategies, which is why we see so inconsistent performances on the drivers. Milestone now onto the back of Lucasen. 0.2 out of the final corner of the Mercedes arena. Who can get the traction down better? I think Stone might actually have to pull on this one. Nah, thinks better of it through the fast left-hander.
But he's having a pop at Neville, by the way, just as a separate little note. I know we're watching different things, but he's really been poking his nose in these last few corners. The McLaren's definitely got his tyres right, so whatever everyone else has done, Correa hasn't done it, and he's reaping the benefits.
Yeah, definitely. Correa's glued onto the back of Jude, who's lost to the Ferrari in front again, now facing back markers. Everyone gets through just fine. Jude 0.7 to Martier. Correa 0.5 to Jude. With one back marker in the middle, this might actually get interesting. Can Correa slip through that gap? Yes, he can. Yes, he can. That's not the outcome Jude would have wanted, but this is the outcome he has to face. If we take a look at the two leaders, I'm not actually going to jump over. The gap between Peterson and Kleinwächter stays at 4 seconds, and the gap between Kleinwächter and Martier is 16.5 seconds. So yeah, those two are just down the road.
Yeah. In other news, from the land of learning how to fly a plane in a desert, Miles Stone, all over the back of Lucasen. In the 442, we do have a yellow flag out, car number 23 and car number 41 now in strife. And that's Correa. Correa's got it wrong. I'm going to have a look at the replay and see what's happened, and I'll report back.
Oh God, Correa's got it majorly wrong.
Correa involved in an incident with Jude Neville.
Oh boy.
And I've just seen on the race control that is currently being investigated by the stewards, so there will be news to come on that one if there is anything to come of it. But yeah, Correa looks like he was side by side with Neville. There was contact. Correa came out worse. The stewards are having a look at it now, and I'll let you know what comes of it.
Very nice, very nice, very nice. And we still have David shooting glued to the back of Flo Scott. Made an ever so slight mistake. Down to 0.4. I don't think those two are done with each other now.
No.
I think we're going to see more of
the
it.
McLaren in as well, though, Darius. If you've noticed, that McLaren has been just slowly creeping in. The Greek guy that you can't pronounce. We'll just say the number 4 car is, with the battling that Shooting and Scrub are having, he's starting to get involved in that mix now as well. Yeah,
it's funny because he's rubber banding in and out of, you know, punching distance, and that's a clean move pulled off from Shooting. That, to me, looked like Scott just pulled out because he just wanted Shooting to be in front of him, because he knows he's faster. Because that looked for me a bit like rolling over.
Yeah, it really did. News from Freddie Merley Wise Racing, the battle that Stone and Lucasen have been having that sort of consumed them both, they're now lapping in the 2:03s. Freddie Merley's last lap was a 2 minutes, 0.6. 3 seconds faster than the two cars ahead. The BMW,
and that's
Milestone goes for a move.
Yeah, Lucasen made a mistake, Milestone got through, and Merley says thank you very much, and just keeps the train going, overtakes Lucasen, and might actually be able to pull a move on Milestone here.
Oh.
Nah, he thinks better of it. Lucasen tries to contest it, but there's no way he can contest that. That's an overtake for Stone and Murley. Done and dusted. Sorry, I just had to.
No, you're good. You're good. You've got to say, looking at this, that drivers like Lucasen, Glenn Smith, you've got to say they've got the tyres wrong.
Yeah,
It's
something.
There's issues with tyres here.
Yeah, Schutten's now onto the back of Jude, 0.5, directly followed by Scop and the number 4 McLaren, which I can't pronounce, who's now on to Scott by 0.2 seconds. Might actually go for a move into the Vidal chicane, thinks better of it, tries to stick as close as he can. Wait for Scott to mistake, and that's the Ferrari from P3 into the wall. Mathieu just spun out of the last corner into the wall and lost about 4 positions doing so. But the McLaren is... But Marius is relentless on Scup. Tries to go for a move round the outside, pressures him into it. Ferrari tries to follow as close as you can, and see who's just sneaking up the back of that grid. It's Limburgs in his pink Porsche.
Yeah, here he comes. Here he comes.
Yeah,
just news from the steward's office, by the way, just because I know some people in the grandstands might be interested in it, but the Korea and Neville incident has been ruled as no further action necessary, so they didn't really see anything in the contact that warranted the penalty. Race on.
Hello, Niall. Good for having you in the grandstands. Enjoy watching this and the shitty commentary that 2 of your teammates are providing for this, now that Steven's out of the picture.
Yeah. This will make you realise just how good Steven is.
Yeah.
Right, just when you watch this back. Yeah, that's pretty much it, mate.
Scup still under attack from the McLaren, and Schuten is not yielding to Jude. Half a second faster than Jude on the last lap. He really wants that position.
And there's lots of little battles developing all over the field, Darius. I think we're quite a way away from the first pit stops, to be honest. I think we're about half an hour away from the first pit stops, depending on what the weather does. I think the drivers are just waiting for this dry line to evolve.
Yeah.
Which it doesn't seem to properly be doing yet.
Smith goes offline into turn 4. Hassan just reaps the awards and just drives around him on the inside. Glenn is really having issues with the weather. Something's definitely off. And Limburgs has crept on to the Ferrari. Number 16 Ferrari. Limburgs is glued to his bumper. And so is the number 4 McLaren to Scup. And Schuten to Neville.
I mean, that Ferrari, the number 16, it's seen better days, if I'm being honest. That
is it
sell that on Auto Trader.
Is it quite second hand?
It is, mate. It's T-Cut won't get rid of that, I'm afraid.
Oh god. Bad position for a blue flag. Bad position for a blue flag, but didn't cost the McLaren all too much. He's still back onto the back end of Scup's BMW. Limburgs is putting on the pressure on the Ferrari. Not a good exit from the McLaren. Ferrari slides way too much. Can Limburgs try to go for a move? Does he? No, he doesn't. He thinks better of it. To be fair, very hard corner to overtake. So,
not the worst track for overtaking, though. You can certainly make it happen here at Nürburgring GP. You've just got to pick your battles.
And Freddie Murley, 0.2, glued onto the back of Miles Stone, going into T1. Stone defending the inside. Can Murley make it round the other side? And just undercut him into the corner. Might be a thing. It gets the better drive, but with Stone on the inside, there's not a lot Murley can do. Well defended from Stone there.
Is a nice, you might have. Oh, we've got, just as I was saying, the number 4 drive. I was just saying the number 4 drive is reeling in Flo Scub, and then he lit up the rears.
And he's off. And
completely sent it round, and he's off. Yeah, so what I was just about to say, you can ignore it now. That's going to promote Martyr and Limburgs up a position. And Limburgs is actually going for the Ferrari now as well. He's making a real effort. The Ferrari messes up the chicane. That's Limburgs up the inside. A very clean move. The Ferrari doesn't put up a fight.
And that's Limburgs up in P6. So Limburgs is on a total position gain of 7 positions at the moment.
from the grid order, in fact, no, ignore that because I think that's wrong because it's saying plus 20, but that's got to be incorrect because that means he would have started 26, which I don't think he did.
I don't know, actually. I think your delta on the positions is more accurate than mine because I had to restart mine.
Let me check my grid. What I was looking at just before is Mr. Shooten on the back of Neville now. He's just 0.4 away. Both cars are lapping in the 59s, so that won't be an easy move for the BMW to make. He's going to have to force a mistake from Neville, and he doesn't make many of those.
Yeah, definitely. Jude's not one to make mistakes lightly. But that doesn't dissuade Shooten from pressuring him lap after lap after lap. We're 30 minutes in and we've already seen so much action.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
Limburg's, by the way, his starting grid position was 30th because it looks like one of their drivers didn't settle up. Oh, Neville does make a mistake through the Schumacher S. Both cars get a little bit of a, as we, what we call, they did an Ike, they were sideways, but they both survived and lived to fight another day. So Shooten still stuck behind that big fat backside of the Mercedes.
Yeah,
but yeah, Limburg's plus 20 is genuine.
Oh god, so Limburgs has actually got the drive of the first session so far. Shooten jumps the curb, that's how close he is to Jude. Jude knows better of it, defends the inside, can keep Shooten at bay. The question is for how long? How long can he keep this up?
I just need to watch something from a stewarding perspective for just 2 minutes, Davis.
Yeah. And Limburgs is now glued to the backside of Flowscup. 0.2 going into the first corner. Does he have the possibility for a move? Goes onto the inside, comes back across. The Ferrari behind misses his braking point.
Yellow flag for car 17, Darius Gerardo, 24th in the BMW.
17. It looks like he spun out of the Schumacher S.
Yeah, there's no contact on race control, so he did that all by himself.
So we've got Glenn Smith, who's had his first pit stop done. Came out in P... Is that 20? No, it can't be 21. Where is it? The car in front of him is Robert Volt, if I'm not mistaken. So Glenn Smith is actually a lap down. Lap down in P21. It's not looking good for the Smith brothers, is it? Murley glued to the back of Milestone, as we've seen before. Korea's up until Latil. Mathieu trying to keep pace with Limburgs. Limburgs pressuring Scop, and Shooten is 0.1 onto Jude again. Goes for a dive into... Good switchback from Jude. Damn.
Oh,
And
what happens to Neville? He's on the gravel.
Rubbing is racing, as I would say. Shooten takes the position. Jude definitely not happy how that turned out. And now Jude's on the tech.
Yeah.
Oh. Now Jude really has to get going on this one because he is now under massive pressure from Scop and Limburg's behind. Scop goes for a move down the inside. And Scop makes it stick. I think Jude's still in shock from how that went down. The Warstein and Yokohama. My action.
Limburg's going to have a send. He's going to try it. The Mercedes brake's really good though, but he does go a little bit deep.
Yeah.
That's going to let Limburg's up the inside, yeah.
Jude went
not
deep.
A great start for Jude.
Ah, that's not good. That's not good.
Jude's now coming under pressure from the very second-hand looking Ferrari driven by Martello. Right, just been told there might be a glitch with the appeal system, so I'm just going to have a quick look at that. Back to the map.
So I'm still trying to sort out all the audio issues that we're having at the moment as we're commentating this. And this train is not gonna solve anytime soon. Jude keeps to the... Oh, Limburgs makes a mistake, goes way too deep, nearly rear ends up. Can Jude profit from that? Limburg stays in front. Maybe Jude gets the drive, and the Ferrari with the number 16 is on the back of Jude. This is getting very interesting very, very quick.
I definitely think that all this battling, though, is taking their toll on Jude Neville's tyres. The way that Mercedes is driving is just like the grip is at an absolute premium. He's having to be so careful into braking zones on throttle, and it's just allowing the cars ahead just to get that half a yard onto the straight and escape, and Jude really can't do too much about it. Weaving on the straight there, just try and generate some heat. They are ice-cold tyres that he's driving on.
Especially considering that the Porsche has extremely good traction in those conditions, which puts Limburgs at a massive advantage compared to Scop and Jude. And Latiel's onto the back. Oh, look at that! It's a triple McLaren lockout for P8. Number 4 McLaren under attack by Latiel, and Latiel is under attack by Correa at the same time. Is Correa trying for a move? Oh, nearly! Nearly! Naughty, Nick! Naughty, naughty! If you wouldn't have, you know, pulled out at the last minute, that would have been a collision. Latiel goes in deep into the fast left-hander. Can he keep Correa on the outside? Yes, he can. Lost out to the number 4 McLaren because of the mistake, and now the thing is, can he secure Dunlop from a dive from Correa? Overslows the corner, and that keeps Correa behind him. Now the question is, how will this play out? Limburg's going for a move on Flo Scop into the Yokohama, round the outside. Can he make it stick? And he makes it stick. For fuck's sake, Limburgs, well done.
Yeah. He is driving like a man possessed today, Limburg's. Like, I've seen him have some good drives in his life. This is definitely one of them, but he's coming under pressure again now, though, by the BMW, which just does seem to have the edge in a straight line. Can the Porsche get it now? He can't do anything about it.
He thinks better of it, but
yeah.
That overtake round the outside, damn, that was tasty.
He is known for some absolutely delicious sends. Is our long-haired Latvian friend, and he's now up to P5. Not a million miles away from podium positions here. He's just about 4 seconds away from Shooten, I think. So if Limburg carries on this charge, he's got a podium position in the early stages of the race. Long way to go, of course. There's a lot of racing to happen.
Another battle we have is Hassan glued to the back of Merli out of the Schumacher S, but can't really. I mean, ooh, we might be onto something here. Come on, Camille, you can do this. You can do this. He absolutely gets the drive on the BMW. Now the thing is, how will he go on with that? No contact out of that. Round the outside. Merli just lets him pass. Merli just thought better of it and just let Hassan have his way. Triple pack McLaren still going at it. Although the gap's gone quite a bit bigger. Jude can barely cling on to Limburgs. And Limburgs' charge on Scub is not done. He wants that podium position. Meanwhile, Schuten has closed down the gap to Kleinwächter to 29 seconds now. 29.9, we're just under 30.
Well, that's not far. Well, it's about a pit stop, really, isn't it? It's, if you're looking at it. So if you're not overfueling the car, the top two have near enough got a pit stop in hand over the rest of the field. So to say we've probably got about another 20 minutes until we start seeing those pit stops roll in, Darius. The top two really are making an early case for breaking away. What have we got in there? We've got car number 41 that's been sat in the pits for a while. That's Modric. He's had a bit of a race from hell so far, involved in quite a few contacts, and whenever I've checked in on him, he seems to have been struggling with something on that car, so he's just parked it for now. Maybe the mechanic's fixing something.
Yeah, definitely has to. Can't be that we have drivers that concede that early into the race.
Latiel is shaping for a move on the number 4 McLaren, who has to go defensive in retaliation. Is he going to do it around the outside? He is. What a move by Latiel. That was lovely there by the number 429 McLaren, as he does make his way now into 8th position.
Finns are just built different, aren't they?
They are. Yeah, they just can cope. They have ridiculous amounts of copium, and he's now going to start chasing down the Greek, who's had a bit of a less entertaining race.
Oh no, he's
so
on.
far.
He's onto the Italian. He's already passed the
It's
Greek.
onto the Italian already. Oh, the Italian that's being held up by
Jude.
by,
At this
by
rate.
Jude and Lundbergs and everyone else. Yeah, so there's a lot of things developing, but it can all change. It can all change straight away, as we have a pit stopper already in car number 141 into the pits.
And then there's the constant that never changes, and that is the gap between this man and the chasing Ferrari. Peterson's gap to Kleinwächter has been at 8 seconds for like nearly the entire stint. Peterson's
doing consistency,
doing 59s comfortably, despite having a lot of kilometers on the tires already.
Yeah, and he's starting to make his way through quite a lot of back markers already, so he's having that traffic to deal with, and in doing so, isn't really losing too much time. So being able to navigate the traffic in these endurance races as a front-running car is usually the difference between, a good result and a regrettable one. So Peterson at the minute really proving why he's earned those 4 crowns on the back of his car. 3 hours 20 minutes to go. Let's see if he's still there at the end.
Yeah, especially all doing it by himself.
Oh yeah, yeah. So in about an hour, his bladder's going to start crying, and we'll see if his pace really holds up.
I think he will go for the Luke Whitehead trademarked piss stop at one point.
Oh, Korea making a move on the Greek, and he slides down the inside. The number 4 car this time not bothering to defend it. Maybe learned his lesson from going off the racing line last time. And it looks for the switchback then on Korea down into the Mercedes-Benz arena. Out breaks Korea. Is there going to be contact? It looks clean.
No, but the question is, nah, he doesn't get the traction offline, can't make it stick. Takes the long way around, and that actually pays off. Korea lost traction, and the number 4 McLaren regains position on Korea. And Lucasen is not closing in. Lucasen is a backmarker. I'm sorry about that.
Really good racing from Korea and the number 4 McLaren. I'm not gonna offend you by getting your name wrong. So you are now the number 4 McLaren. Just really good racing. Enjoyed watching it. We've still got the Lindbergh, Scub, Neville, and Martire battle going on. Up ahead, there's a little bit of a gap starting to develop between Neville and Lindbergh's, though. So almost 2 different battles kicking on. But Lindbergh's now starting to put the BMW of Flo Scub under serious pressure, and he will start filling that BMW's mirrors up very soon. Of course, if you are a BMW driver, you are used to being so far up someone's backside they can only see your forehead, but now he's having that done to him by a Porsche, and he won't be enjoying it.
Definitely not. Oh, Limburgs gets a good drive out of the Vidal chicane. If he can close this up. Scub gets good traction out of the final corner. I don't think this will be enough. The Porsche's not that quick on the straight line.
So I was on board with Scub during the chicane.
Oh, look at Korea and the number 4 McLaren. Side by side into turn 1. Korea on the inside already makes it before the corner. Can he close him out of the corner so he doesn't lose it again? Number 4 McLaren's not rolling over just yet.
Is he going to do a copy and paste of the other lap?
I'm thinking it.
He's sending it down the inside. He's got it. Yeah, he is. He's doing it down the inside. There is contact this time, though. And
he lost out from that. I wouldn't say so. It depends all on the traction out of that corner. Number 4 McLaren has better traction out of that corner.
Oh.
Slight contact. Does he try to go for a move around the inside? He does! He does. Those two are not giving each other a fucking inch.
And you know what I'm here for? Oh no, there's further contact.
Oh, and that's a push off the
Looks,
road. Aye.
it looked to have been initiated on first review by the number 4. I'm just going to go back and have a look if you don't mind and just
Yeah,
see
yeah, just
what actually happened. Give me just a second and I'll report back.
feel free, but the number 4 McLaren lost out from that massively while Korea stayed ahead. There might be a penalty coming on from this one. Didn't clearly see what happened. But let's go back to the four-way battle that we've been here for like 20 minutes and that doesn't resolve because Limburgs wants to go even faster.
So looking at the replay then, back from the battle between Courier and the number 4 McLaren, it looked like the number 4 McLaren was trying to put the power down, but the AstroTurf on the outside didn't let him do that without lighting up the rears, and he tagged Courier.
Okay.
With the number 4 not coming out ahead, I don't really see much coming from that, but we'll see what the other stewards working on that do as the number 4 does dive for the pit lane.
And now for something completely different. Out of the top 10, we've got Lucas Kolb after an horrendous first stint before the tyre change, chasing down Milestone and P16, closing the gap each corner. Lucas's lap times look a lot better than what they did before the tyre change, so I'm definitely thinking that the Lambo Maniacs made a mistake when it came to tyres when they first went out.
Yep, I am.
Chasing down that BMW, and that's the number 4 McLaren in the pits.
Yep. Yeah, he's in. Schedule stop, though, could be a schedule stop 45 minutes in. The drivers can do up to an hour and 15 minutes per stint if they so choose.
Kolb gets the runoff. Does he try for anything? No, even though he lives on this track and the attached Schleife, he does not try to go for a move, but into the last corner, goes down the inside and makes it stick. Well done from Lucas Kolb. Well done.
Yeah, I do think as we've got a yellow flag out for car number 296 that's off the track just...
That's Jude. Jude, no.
Let me go and see what happened, Darius, and I'll report back. He's on his own, so it had to be self-inflicted. Give me just a sec, I'm watching it back. So, yeah, the Ferrari, by the way, behind him, the Martel one, actually made a mistake in the Dunlop S, so if he's lost time, that's why. Jude, yeah, just gets a boot full of oversteer, and, yeah, so he'll have a lot of front-end damage on that Mercedes now, so expect him in the pits soon if he's not already in there.
Ah, Jude, that's so unlucky. So unlucky. Ah, Jude's... I think Jude might go for the tyre swap now. I think he's had enough.
He's not had a good opening stint, has Jude, has he?
No.
You know, there's a long way to go. As I would say to any driver, stick with it. There's no point really in retiring.
Jude
you might
is
as well
also
just carry on and get the experience.
losing a massive amount of speed. Just look at the lines that Jude is pulling behind him.
He's got severe suspension damage, so he's actually driving with the steering wheel about 45 degrees.
Ah, okay, that explains it a lot. Yeah, that's Jude Neville into the pits, while Eric Latil caught up to the Ferrari in P5. How bad has the weather gotten? Let's take a look. We're still looking at probably the same amount of rain level.
Yeah.
Still looking at a greasy track. No, not really. Well, Latil's mate has come back into the top 5 if he gets past Martin and the Ferrari. 0.4. And he's closing that gap corner by corner by corner. Latil is on ascend.
He is on ascend. Someone else is on ascend is Limburgs. Navigating blue flags. I don't know if Limburgs is gonna absolutely send it yet. He's sort of hoping that Flo Scub
makes a mistake.
Makes a mistake really. Just populate the mirrors of the BMW and wait for something to happen. Very much seems to be his approach at the minute.
Yeah, and he also suffers the inherent Porsche sickness of being extremely fast in the corners and then completely losing out on the straight.
Yeah, it's a disease.
Oh, he's keeping up out of that one. If he does that corner right and sets it up properly, He gets a good drive, and he does.
What a good drive, yeah, he has. I was waiting for the BMW to start pulling away, but it hasn't. So do we see a Lindbergh send here? He's getting a little bit of overspeed, peeks the nose out, but the BMW just able to hold the brakes a little bit later.
Goes on the inside, tries to undercut him to get the better traction out of it. But Skup still defending his line like he always does, and the sector where Limburg should have the advantage in the Porsche, he just blocks the corners so good that Limburg's just can't get anything to the table. Good defensive driving from Skup.
Yeah.
And
Just
Latil is up into P5.
He does have that 15-second penalty, which he'll have to serve in the pits. So, you know, that's going to drop him a few positions. So he's just trying to get things started early. But don't forget Latil, also one of the early guys that got the tyres right. He's up 13 positions. Oh, as we see Limburg's, I don't know if you're watching it, Limburg's outbraked himself there.
Yeah.
Was lucky not to hit Skup.
He's lost that.
I'm actually riding on board with Limburg's at the minute. If you're Limburg's, Darius, and you're looking at your stint timer and you're stuck behind Skup, are you thinking of diving into the pits a little bit earlier than originally planned just to get out of this battle and start? Because he's got to be affecting his pace.
I don't know. I'd judge it based on the tires.
Yeah,
If
which we don't know. We haven't got that.
Yeah, if the tires are still good and there's more, there should be more than enough fuel in the car given, you know, the weather conditions. I would actually try to overcut, because as soon as he gets the BMW out of the way, as soon as Skup is in the pits, he can actually make up time. So, I don't know, I would try to overcut as good as I can. And by the way, Mr. Peterson has built a 14-second gap to Kleinwächter. So there's now a 14-second gap between P1 and P2.
Absolutely ridiculous. Still lapping in the 59s. By the way, over 50 minutes into the race, on a changing wet track, and he's still lapping in the 59s.
Man has just built different
stuff. No other driver, by the way, is in. There's a couple that have done it, but none that are in there at the minute. So,
Shooten has gone for a stop and is now P10.
Yeah, I've got to say it was scheduled looking at when they did it, but you never know if he's carrying some legacy damage from an early collision or something. You just don't know. Or if they got the tyres wrong.
And the only close battle that we currently have on track is actually Limburg's versus Skup.
Yeah, I'm getting a little bit sort of worried that there's a lot of drivers that we're not covering, Darius, but they're not in battles. So we'll come to you later in the race. I absolutely promise we'll give you some coverage, but because this battle between Limburg's and Skup, that is now being peppered by blue flagged cars, by the way, so they're having to dodge around other vehicles on track. It's starting to really light up. Now, both of these drivers have been in the car 50 minutes. They've had to compete with the early stages of endurance race, the changing track conditions, and Flo Skup's heart rate. I would love to see his heart rate right now, as we've got a yellow flag out for Jude Neville again.
Oh, Jude. Damn it.
Stays out of the way looking at it. Yeah, he stays out of the way. I'm happy with that. And yeah, Jude Neville is just not having I'm sure we'll hear all about it. Was that contact?
No, that wasn't contact, but a slight step out from Skup that might actually enable Limburg's to go for something into T1. Going very wide on entry, trying to get the power down on the Bimmer. And it actually works, has to avoid not running into the back of him.
The reason why Jude Neville, by the way, was in the position he was when we checked in on him about 15 seconds ago is because he had a collision with Stewart in the BMW, who had to take a much slower line through the chicane.
Ah, damn it.
So that's popped up on the stewarding system, and I'm sure that will get investigated very shortly. Yeah, let's have a quick look at that. In fact, yeah, that's just popped up as under investigation by the steward, so that'll be looked at now. ask. I saw that. I'm still in the spreadsheet. We had a yellow flag temporarily for Sean Young, number 400. Definitely self-inflicted. Wasn't anyone else involved yet. Just did some grass cutting there in the BMW. Back underway, and back in the race is Mr. Sean Young. The races, other than the Scub and Limburg's little fight we've had going on, Darius, a lot of it's calmed down. We've got Martyr still battling on in that very damaged Ferrari. He's starting to try and keep in touch with Latiel. What else have we got that's close? Kolb, not a million miles away from Merley, so 1.3 seconds between those. And then Ferreira, not far off our resident baguette man, Mr. Poir, in the number 68 Ferrari. So there's 2 seconds between those. And Ferreira is lapping just a little bit quicker than the Frenchman at the moment. So maybe a little bit of traffic involved in that. I don't know. But the Aston Martin, which does typically work really well in these conditions, is starting to reel him in ever so slightly.
Tear getting out of the way of Lucasen, so Lucasen has now unlapped another car. Lucasen's actually not that 202s. Could be worse.
It's respectable in these conditions. And like I say, you don't know how the tyres have been set up. This next hour, the drivers are going to have a much better feel for the conditions, and I think we'll see a little bit of a switch around in pace. You know, you guys at the front, Peterson, Kleinvector, they're just in another level. Like, there's a minute now between those two, pretty much. There's a minute between Peterson and Scub, and Kleinvector's 15, 16 seconds behind him. So those two have pulled out an enormous gap to the rest of the field, and you've got to wonder what the other drivers can do once they sort their tyres out and everything else. And we've got different drivers in the car soon as well, so there's a lot of changes to come.
We've got Mr. Kolb slowly creeping up the back of Merley. Limburg 0.1 on Scub. Back marker traffic, that might help Limburgs.
It did, yeah. Limburg's Scub, caught that BMW at just the wrong time, and Limburgs was able to take advantage out of the Schumacher S and get a run. And he's in, like you said, with a Porsche. Like that car in slipstream and through the corners is a beast. He just can't make it. He just can't make it happen, can he? Right now?
No, he can't. Was a good defensive maneuver from Scub. If he does not do something overly aggressive through the Vidal chicane, he's not making it around the outside.
Lucas Kolb, by the way, makes his way now up into 13th position, getting past Mr. Merley. He can now get chasing after Nathan Warren in the Ferrari, but Kolb up another position.
Good to see that they're making a recovery, and they're both chased down by Mr. Kleinwächter. And we've got Latiel going into the pits, currently sitting stationary and also serving his 15-second penalty, as we've thrown him down quite a bit in the grid.
It will, yeah, unfortunately. Car 141 generates the yellow flag. Why? Let's have a look. Not through contact, so he's got it wrong all by himself.
Peterson and
so.
Kleinwächter is now 17 seconds of a gap.
It's nuts, isn't it? It's absolutely crazy. So, if anyone in the chat, if you want to send me 50 quid on PayPal, I'll give Peterson more ballast. I think he needs it. 40 kilos sound about right, Darius?
Yeah, 25 minimum. 25 minimum is what I would say.
We did have this idea for a future charity race, by the way, where donations can fuel penalties and ballast and all sorts of weird and wonderful things. And I'm starting to think, with drivers like Peterson, we just need to do that anyway, just to equalise the field a little bit, because he's just steaming away with this one at the moment.
We might be looking into something interesting. Latiel's coming out of the pits now, and he might actually get overtaken by the number 4 McLaren, who pitted in front of him, despite the 15-second penalty. Yep, that's a clear go. Number 4 McLaren has passed Latiel, so he has to catch that up again. Milestone running up to Mr. Latiel, 0.5, but knowing Latiel, Oh, it's not Latil. It has changed over to Adrian Moret. So Adrian's now in the car.
That is it's the Nubs Racing Division car, that one, isn't it? So Adrian, in his VR headset, will be shouting at his teammates for the next hour, and in the car, and hopefully able to undo the damage that 15-second penalty did for the Nubs Racing Division car. Let's keep an eye on those guys. It's not changed over from Latil for me. It's still
Yeah, it
it's still him.
still says Latil in the race control. Yep. I have the same issue, but in game it says it's Adrian now.
Just changed. Yeah. Takes a while.
Yeah, we have two Nobs racing cars. I was wondering because the other one is the Aston Martin. With Mr. Volt currently at the controls.
We do have some battles for position starting to happen now, Darius. So Limburgs and Scubb's still there. Then we've got Lucasen and Stewart. And Muir and Vidal also happening. Muir's actually starting to make this move now. He's just come out the pits, I think. Oh, and there's contact between the two.
And that's a Frenchman off. Saying merde.
Medella.
Glenn's back up to P19, 22 seconds behind the next car, Lucasen. So Glenn actually has to pull something magic out of his ass for once. To pull this off. Lucasen glued to the back of Adam Stewart. But Lucasen is on paper 3 seconds faster per lap.
He's got it.
Yeah, and he's immediately got it. So next car for Lucasen is Milestone, 35 seconds up the road. While we have Milestone and Adrian Morwood fighting for position.
I mean, on paper, this one shouldn't take too long to resolve. Miles has come leaps and bounds in pace, but Adrian on his date can certainly battle with the rest of them. So it's just a case of how well Adrian's prepared for this race and whether he's willing to put up the fight to our resident. I'm not going to say the word because it'll get us banned on YouTube. Yeah, you never know.
Yeah, Mr. Peterson has pitted.
He's probably still come out in P1.
No, he's P2. He's 40 seconds behind Kleinwächter. But the pit stop takes about a minute, so it will be the same gap once they go in. Limburgs and Scup still at it. Limburgs losing a bit of ground, getting chased down by Jude Neville. David Schuten is back up to P8. Now that the pit stops are clearing up, Korea falling behind Schuten and also behind Hassan. Can he get out in front of Nathan Warren? No, he can't. Next car to chase him down is Lucas Kolb. And Lucas gets him on the exit. That's Lucas Kolb up into P11.
We're going to start to see as the Kleinwächter is in the pits now, by the way, just so you know. So Peterson, I am assuming, will resume the race lead.
Yeah, he just came onto the runoff into the Vidal chicane. He definitely has this. Question is, by how much? He's on a fresh set of tyres. Probably resorted his pressure and whatnot. So I'm expecting a new fastest lap by Peterson. And Schuten's now glued to the backside of the Nubs Racing Aston Martin by Robert Volt. Probably is patient till after the Schumacher SS. Probably the runoff into Vidal. Not quite close enough yet. Volt slightly overcooks it. Schuten's there to profit, but can he actually profit from it?
Just a couple more penalties have been applied from the Stewardin office. So we've had a penalty in for car number 23, failure to leave racing room. Number 68 for causing a collision, and for 777 for causing a collision. So those are all now on screen and will be applied during the next round of pit stops, or the next time the car goes into the pit lane.
So that is a penalty for Korea, for Mr. Smith, and for the French team of Cedric Meur. That will hurt them in the long run. Kolb
I
is
just
now
need to.
up 0.2 to Nathan Warren. Lucas Kolb is definitely on fire at his home track. Even though I don't know how his brain copes that his brain has got like 6 minutes of nothing to do. Because usually he drives the full track and not just the GP circuit. I don't know how his brain can cope with that. But he definitely makes a go. Overtakes Volt in the pits and is now officially up to P8. So Fangler's Lamborghini's up to P8. Korea glued to the backside of Nathan Warren now as well. Nathan makes a mistake and that's Korea down the inside. Makes it stick and immediately buggers off. Korea trying to chase down Mr. Kolb in his Lamborghini. Limburgs is glued to the back of Scup again. Out of the final corner. Will we actually see a move or will it resolve like the last 30 minutes? 0.1. Aston leaving the pit lane. Limburgs being a bit spicy. Nearly avoids contact and has to abandon his attack on Scub. So it turned out to be the same as it always is. Milestone keeping pace with Adrian Morad. Adrian on new tyres. Being slower than Miles on an old set of tyres. So technically they're not fighting for position, but well. Everything is racing. Stefan Waldhauser now in the WKS racing car, down to P5 after the pit stop. All three cars between him and Peterson have not pitted yet, and he's already down to 0.7 onto the Ferrari of Mathieu. Korea staying as close as he can to Lucas Kolb, 0.7. Jude Neville running up to Gerardo. Fight for position. Can he make it down the inside? Forces the BMW the long way around and makes it stick. Well done. And that's a collision between Limburgs and Scup. It finally happened after 60 minutes in. Limburgs made a mistake from what I've seen. Let's go back to that. Where are they? There's Limburgs. Let's go. Let's go 30 seconds back. Let's have a replay at this. So Limburgs try to go for a move from the outside. Makes contact with Scup, trying to weave over, shove Scup off track, and that will surely be a penalty for Limburgs. Damn Limburgs. So sad to see this battle turn out like it does. That is Limburgs in the pits. If the replay stops, yes it does. That is Limburgs back into the pits. Korea 0.3 now glued to the backside of Lucas Kolb. No other battles evolving at the moment other than Stefan Waldhauser catching up to Flo Scup. Not having pitted yet, but Scup's not gonna roll over for that just yet. Increasing the gap to Peterson even more. Waldhauser gets a good drive out of the Mercedes arena. Tries to jerk Scup into making a defensive move. Can't quite make it stick. Oh, but he's got the drive out of that one. If he does that smart, he's got the position into Dunlop. Good defending from Scup. But Waldhauser's not giving that up just yet. He's got the run into the Schumacher S. Way newer tyres. Slight slide over the curb. And that's Korea and Kolb fighting through the Mercedes arena. Now it's all kicking off at the same time. Kolb keeps him round the outside, closes down the corner. Korea has no chance to do anything about it. Waldhauser's flashing because Skop's still defending even though he hasn't pitted yet. So Waldhauser's losing time per lap as we speak. Skop does
Sorry
not...
about that. I had to run away and just look at something from a stewarding perspective. So they needed a second opinion on something. So what have I missed?
Limburg's killing Skop is what you've missed.
Oh no, no, no.
Yep. The accumulation of an entire, like, half-an-hour battle ended with a small mistake and misjudgment on Limburg's part, and Skop spinning out into the gravel trap. And now we've got Kleinwächter catching up to the back of Skop, but Skop's not rolling over for that, even though he hasn't pitted yet. Korea is fiercely battling Lucas Kolb. Miles has either done a mistake or Adrian's picked up the pace, because he's now 2 seconds away, and there's a Mercedes between Miles and Adrian at the moment.
I think he took it personally when I said that Miles would get it.
Brandon Harvey closing down Glenn Smith. Waldhauser running out of patience with Skop here. We've seen that one last lap. Can he make it down the inside? Ever so slight squeeze, and Waldhauser gets past Skop down the inside of Dunlop. Amazing maneuver from Waldhauser to trust him into that one, even he doesn't know the drivers. Well done. Well done. Good feint round the outside, going down the inside of Dunlop. Absolutely great overtaking maneuver from Waldhauser. And now back to Korea and Kolb, giving each other nothing but half an inch through the Mercedes arena. Kolb manages to stay ahead ever so slightly, loses out on the AstroTurf traction, and Korea's immediately there to pounce. I don't think we've seen the last of those two yet.
I've just had to apply one of the penalties from the steward's office, a drive-through for car number 123, the BMW. So it was involved in a collision, but the drive-through was issued as a result of that and the incorrect pit entry. You might remember from the driver's briefing.
Yes.
We gave the drivers a certain point they had to be committed.
You say that as Kolb makes a mistake and Korea goes round the outside of the Yokohama. Maybe? No. Oh, it's close, it's close, it's close. Can he keep in front? No, he actually lets Kolb have that corner as to not cause a collision. Whew, things are getting spicy here. And now we're back to the original Delta. So, Waldhauser has lost 13 seconds to Peterson battling Skop. 13 seconds. 26-second gap between Waldhauser and Peterson in P1 and P2. And Schuten is 33 seconds behind Waldhauser. Limburg's 21 seconds behind Schuten, trying to catch up as he does. Lap times are looking good. Korea and Kolb still giving each other nothing but headaches. Jude overtaking one of the Ferreira brothers. Back into P21. Skop's definitely...
Meanwhile, the nightmare continues for the number 16 Ferrari. Despite him having repaired the damage, he had a bit of a spin last lap. Now finds himself behind the Nubs Racing division of Adrian Marud.
So they've jumped a lot of positions despite the 15-second penalty.
Yeah, they really have. They've made the best of the
look at who joins the battle with the McLaren and the Lambo now. If he does not slide off track while I say that. Commentator's curse. I'm very sorry, Mr. Number 4 McLaren.
We don't say his name. Yeah.
Yeah, we don't dare say his name. I know how bad it is when someone gets your name wrong. I get that with Steven a lot. But now that Korea and Kolb are constantly battling, he's closing down that gap at quite the rate. We're looking at Korea and Kolb 202s in the last lap. The number 4 McLaren did a 59.4 in the last lap. Korea down the inside of Kolb. Kolb's not having it. Goes down the inside, blocks the apex, which gives the McLaren of the number 4 even more opportunity to close down that gap. 0.4, 0.1 between Kolb and Korea. No move into the Vidal. Well, how does it evolve from here? That's a good question. Because Korea can't do anything when Kolb's in the way. Kolb makes a slight mistake. Korea's now...
was really good out of the corner, though.
Yeah, but the question is it enough? Is it enough to keep Korea at bay? I don't think so. I think we're going to see a move from Korea into turn 1 here. No, he thinks better of it. But now...
as well.
Oh no, he's under attack from the number 4 McLaren. If the back marker keeps out of it. No, he doesn't!
Oh, no,
he spins into the face of the number 4 McLaren. I just had to curse it, didn't I? Oh, that's so unlucky. I'm sorry, Mr. 4 McLaren. Oh.
1, 2, 3 didn't serve his drive through, and so far got disqualified. So we're down another car.
1, 2, 3 didn't serve his drive through.
No.
Yeah, well. There's nothing to do about that. And now the number 16 Ferrari is past Adrian. Maybe he's recovering from his bad luck streak of the first stint. Let's just hope so. Oh god, I have to
Talking of bad luck, Matt East
quickly do something.
got himself an SG30.
Oh
so
god, Matt.
Speeding in the pit lane. So
oh, that's
for a nice
so unlucky. And the number 440 car, the drivers have changed from Flowscoop. Now in the car is Shimon Kosut, trying to catch up to Korean Kolb. 12 seconds. That spin into the gravel trap from Limburg's really cost them. And Peterson not giving a single fuck. Opening up the gap to 27 seconds to Waldhauser at the moment. Schuten's also not keeping up with Waldhauser, so that gap is getting a bit bigger. Limburgs and Schuten are quite constant on their gap. Pretty similar lap times. And Korea has overtaken Kolb.
Sorry, Darius. Custer was just coming under some real pressure then by the number 4. This has been hassling Simon, of course, getting used to the how the BMW feels on track. It would not be the same now as it was during any of the practice laps. There's a fair bit of rubber down, but still quite a greasy track surface that offers very little in the way of traction if you go offline. And the number 4 knows that, and Simon doesn't, so he's taking advantage of it.
Yeah, definitely. And Korea has now finally made his overtake stick and now tries to run away from Kolb as fast as he can. Korea has to outdrive that 15-second penalty, and so has Limburgs. 11 seconds, or 12 seconds between Korea and Limburgs at this rate. But Marius is not letting Shimon run away with it. We might see a move from the number 4 McLaren. Not into this corner, but I'm guessing this lap. Maybe up the hill out of the Schumacher S. Ah, too much AstroTurf.
Yeah.
Kasut is jumping the curbs like mad, which will lose him some lap time. Getting flashed by the McLaren now. That's twice, 3, 4 times. You want to stop with the flashes? Or do you want to be a photographer? God damn it, people and their fucking flashes. Hudak now creeping up to the back of Gerardo. The BMW with the drive-through, who has been disqualified, has now been moved back out into the pit lane, or out of the pit lane into the... what's it called? Damn it. What's it called? Into the driver's park, basically. Rolled outside of the pit arena and has now officially retired. And Lucasen has given the car over to Haters, so let's Now that there's not a lot going on, let's see what driver swaps we have. Peterson and Limburgs didn't swap because they don't have anyone to swap. Kleinwächter has swapped to Waldhauser. Schuten has not swapped to his teammate. Schuten's doubling. Neither has Korea. Lucas still has to pit because this is technically, I think, still his first stint, if we discount the small issue with the tyres. Scup has switched to Casseur. Number 4 McLaren hasn't switched. Number 16 Ferrari hasn't switched. Latil has given over to Marud. I think the number 77 Mercedes has switched. The 435 Aston has switched over to Bassam Riscala. Great to see Bass again. He has been absent for a while driving iRacing, and it's great to see him back for an endurance event. Nathan Warren has given over to Andy Policott. Glenn Smith is still in the number 777 BMW. 499 has given over to Brandon Harvey. The 442 has given over to Luez. 64 has handed the car over to Professional Hater. I think the 117 has switched as well. Jude's on his own, and I think at this point nearly everyone has changed drivers who's not driving solo.
Yeah,
I think.
I'll say we've got a few solos.
I would actually be able to get through the rest of the grid if my memory was not that of a goldfish. So I'm very sorry.
We should have took a screenshot of the grid so
Yeah.
we knew who was who.
Yeah.
That would have been a big way move.
And the number 117. Ooh, spicy dive from the Aston Martin. Aston Martin, I'm stupid. It's a Mercedes. For fuck's sake. He's actually, at this rate, is he trying to... No, he's actually lapping the 117 Lamborghini, which just gave Jude a bit of breathing room. Jude now has to cover 44 seconds of ground to Professional Hater, the next car in line. While Glenn is trying as desperate as he can to catch back up to Andy Policott. You can definitely see that he's not glad in that car. And the number 4 McLaren's in the pits. What happened there? What happened there?
I don't know. I'm currently looking at a stewarding thing, so I'm not with you at the minute, I'm afraid.
2:08. Excuse me, audience, but I'll go back. Oh, that's already the pit entry. It's already in the pits there. About lap time wise, car I think looks a bit dangled. Not the best race for the number 4 McLaren. Yeah, of course the car looks a bit dangled. He got thrown a back marker. I forgot about that. Now coming out behind Glenn Smith, down into P14, and that's a kill! Does not pay attention to the line that Glenn Smith takes and spins him round into turn 1. That's so unfortunate for Glenn. Glenn's not getting a damn break now, is he? Oh, poor Glenn. Poor Glenn, he doesn't deserve this. Other than that, gap between Peterson and Waldhausen is now nearly 30 seconds. Waldhausen to Schuten, 35 seconds. Limburgs is closing down the gap quite a bit, down to 17 seconds. Korea's losing out to Limburgs. Kolb is losing out to Korea, but Kolb's tyres are, let's just say, not in the best condition.
I'm back with you now.
Have you seen Glenn getting completely annihilated by the number 4 McLaren?
No, but it's come up on the stewarding panel. So once I've applied this penalty to 969, I'll go and have a look. They're getting that for blue flag infringement, our first one of the race.
Oh. Yeah, currently it's quite a boring race to watch, I have to admit. So let's just stick with Honda Man for like 2 laps. Because at the moment, just give Honda Man some screen time. And after that, I'll just leave it at that. And he just gets 2 laps now and then no other laps. Because he hasn't been like on screen for like the last 50 minutes.
Yeah, that is a big oof from the number 4.
Yeah, I'm sorry about the replays, boys. Yeah, race control balked out, so I have to catch an incident, and then I only have 60 seconds to react. I can't use the context that race control usually writes out to go back and look at incidents. I'm very sorry about that, but technology has not been my friend today. Let's just put it like that.
Yeah, we've had a battle getting this underway in the first
Ooh,
place.
ooh, Lewis made a mistake, and that's professional hater going into the final corner for a position into P16. Now Hater has to cover an 18-second gap onto the next car. Running behind Lucas Kolb and Nicholas Correa in P6 and P5 respectively. And so much for Peterson gets screen time. Back to Honda, man. Here you can see a lonely Honda driving in P1, being fast. And that's enough Honda, man, for today. Let's go to the French boys. Mr. Cedric Meur, 1.3 seconds behind the number 55 Mercedes. Lapping 2 seconds a lap, or 1.5 seconds a lap faster, so we might actually see some action here in a few moments, which is quite nice. David Schuten being sandwiched in between back markers. Limburg's closing at a rate of knots. The gap to Schuten is now down to 14 seconds.
Yeah, so Limburg's last lap of 59.6.
Yeah.
Whereas Schuten's last lap, 2:01.9. You mentioned, by the way, earlier that Peterson would just get faster and faster. His last lap of 59.1, the fastest of the race. Sorry, the fastest of this stint. His best so far is a 57.9.
Yes. He's done a 57.9 and... Woohoo! That was a close call between Limburg's and the Ferrari of... Not Brenton Harvey, it's the other one. It's Matt East. No, it's not Matt East.
Matt East in a BMW.
Which one's the other team car of Harvey? Was that Cameron Ray? No. They run 3 cars? I don't know, that was just too close for comfort, for my personal taste. Shooting now, having to face traffic in 3 seconds with Mr. Andy Policott. Trying to run away from Limburgs as fast as he can. Gap between Peterson and Waldhauser is 32 seconds. And gap between Waldhauser to Schuten is 37. So, no matter what everyone does, Waldhauser's running away from Schuten, and Peterson is just running away entirely.
Peterson doing Peterson things then, basically.
Yes, and we have the number 55 Mercedes and Cedric Meur catching up to Cameron Ray out of the Schumacher S. Number 55 Mercedes going for a dive there on the inside. Slightly overshoots the corner, but makes it stick. And that's Andreas Hansen parked to the left side. Slight contact between Cameron Ray and Cedric Meur, trying to avoid the back marker. But nothing came from that one. Now can Cedric get it done on Cameron Ray? Probably not through the Vidal chicane, but preparing the final corner, maybe turn 1. Good drive out of the chicane, looking for a peak down the inside, nearly avoids the back panel of Ray's BMW. Goes for a drive into T1. Can he keep up with the BMW? I highly doubt it, not in a straight line. Has to work the Mercedes arena to his advantage. Does he peek down the inside? No, he doesn't. Nearly avoids a collision, but does not go for a move whatsoever. Ray's trying to keep him up. Ray going down for a dive on the inside and makes it look easy. And that's Mr. Meur past Cameron Ray, trying to keep up with the 55 BMW. It's a Mercedes. It's still a Mercedes, for fuck's sake.
Yeah, he's got to start running away though now. He's got a 15-second penalty to outdrive. So
Oh,
he's got to get
true.
his skating boots on now and get down the road after Backer's Mercedes, which is a couple of seconds ahead of him. We've got 969. Hansen is having a total. Pretty much every time I've seen his car in the last few minutes, it's been yellow flagged and off the track. He's really struggling in that car, but you know what? Credit to him, he's still going. So I respect that more than you know.
Definitely. Now back to the unlucky sod that is in P13, Mr. Glenn Smith. He's still got his 15-second penalty to serve. Gap between Limburgs and Schuten has tumbled down to 12.5 seconds.
So a bit of info on the 777, by the way. So they're nursing a 15-second penalty at the minute. That was appealed by the team. Unfortunately, the appeal wasn't successful. They were then later taken involved in contact with another car. That car's been penalised, but yeah, that's just the nature of racing. Sometimes you just get a bit of a bad run. So the team have just got to keep going at it, and I'm sure they'll make positions up, as it looks like they might be making. No, that's a lapped car. I apologise.
And again, we currently have no close battles on track. It kind of makes our job as commentators not really helpful. It's a bit boring, and now the only thing we have to contend with is talking shite for the next like 10 minutes till something happens.
Well, we can do that. Sure.
We are 1.5 hours in. We've seen a lot of stuff happening. And that's Kolb into the pits for their first really scheduled pit stops. 2.5 hours to go. So my question is, how do they split this up? Do they do 2 full stops or just 1 full stop and 1 half stop? But then again, they're 3 drivers, so if everyone wants to be in the car, they have to do 2 full stops. I don't know what to make of this. Like, or Fengler's now driving like a long stint, or driving a normal stint, and then Spitzer goes for a long and a qualifying stint, maybe? I don't know. I don't know. They've stayed out that long that the strategy for that exact team might be a bit upside down.
Yeah, strategy, of course, always plays a part in these endurance races. A lot of the teams will be sat there wondering when this rain is going to stop. It's just raining enough to keep the track in a less than optimal condition as far as grip goes. It is making the tyres a little bit more predictable. They're used to it now. They've done an hour and a half, but if you pit now, rain clears up, suddenly you're in a world of hurt again. So are some teams just holding their cards closer to their chest than others?
Yes, and now I would like to bring your attention to the man, the myth, the legend, the local Lamborghini merchant, Christian Fengler, who's taken over from Lucas Kolb for the number 30 Lamborghini.
So his job now, he's got a Ferrari to chase down by the looks of it on the timing screen, or is it not updated yet?
The first important thing is he has to overtake Adrian.
Oh yeah, he's popped up there now. It was showing him differently now. Yeah, he's got a bit of work to do yet as Mr. Fengler, but
he has to get around Surge first.
Yeah,
Surge first.
A penalty.
Yeah, true.
So
yeah,
depending on when he pits, yeah, we'll see. We'll see. There's plenty of work to do on this yet.
1.6 seconds. Doing 2:02s. Adrian's last lap was a 2:06. Casut's not really building a gap to Mathieu, and he's not catching up to Korea. It stays at 16.5 seconds. Limburgs is down to 11.5, maybe 12 to Schuten. Schuten's 40 seconds up the road from Waldhauser, and Waldhauser has managed the gap to Peterson down to 32.2. Peterson's last lap 59.69, fastest lap of that stint so far. Man has to get tired at some point. We're at 90 minutes, that's what he usually drives with. So let's see if they're actually if there's some mistakes starting to crop up at some point. That's Peterson lapping Casseur. Someone getting out of the way very nice and clearly. Now Peterson will have to lap Professional Hater in his fat Mustang, who's currently 13 seconds up the road from the next car he has to battle. The number 4 McLaren, the most unluckiest sod in the entire race after Glenn Smith. Oh! That's an overtake from Christian Fengler onto the 77 Mercedes of Serge First. Hold on. Let's go back on that one. Might have done the replay time a bit too short. Yeah, I have. I'm terribly sorry for that one. Let's go back 60 seconds.
That is Fengler though through. He's got a bit of a gap now to Adrian. I think it's about 6 seconds that he's got to go ahead. We have a car off, number 55. Has come a cropper, that is Backer in the Mercedes, so hopefully whatever Fengler did to him, it hasn't emotionally traumatized him that much that he ended up in the sand, but he...
Fengler overtook first. First spun on the AstroTurf, nearly spun out of the AstroTurf, out of the Mercedes arena, and that's position for Fengler. And I somehow abort the fucking replay. No, I can't. Shit. Okay.
Yeah, once you've committed to a replay time, you're stuck. I'm afraid that's the world of ACC race control.
Oh God. Now I know what. Now I know why Stephen pays money to let this sort itself. Now I know.
Yeah. It is a bit of a nightmare, but you want to get used to it. You get used to it. So no close battles on track. When I say close battles, I'm thinking sub 1 second. There isn't really any of that popping off. So I'm just having a look at who's on improved laps and such. There's a couple of drivers that are doing that, but predominantly, Darius, most people's sort of deltas, their lap times are suffering a bit at the minute. Why do you think that might be?
Might be a bit more rain. Or traffic, just in general. I think the rain has slightly increased, or maybe temperature. But also something I'd like to point out, David Schuten's last lap time was a 2:04. Well, Limburg's last lap time was a 2:0. Either Schuten caught bad traffic or he made a mistake, because the gap to Limburg's has now slimmed down to 7 seconds. He might not be that clear of Limburg's for all that long.
We're in a bit of a lull in this race. They tend to find this in enduros, Darius. From what I've sort of experienced is the mid-race portion that we're in the deep of right now. It's very much some drivers. You'll often put your car off the road there. You'll often put your what I would say stint drivers in the middle, and typically as a stint driver, I know this experience. It's where you're not the fastest, but you can be pretty consistent. So you do tend to see things stay stable for a while, and then expect it in the last hour to go haywire again as the sweaty boys get back in the car, and then you'll see the fatigue from the solo drivers as well.
Speak about the sweaty boys getting in it, and we're not having anything. Fengler has now closed the gap to Adrian Marot to a second.
Wow.
So we get...
So, yeah, Fengler is flying.
Fengler is flying, currently at a 2:02 flat. Not the fastest around there, but also not a slouch. Given that the...
Adrian's last lap... Sorry, Darius, sorry.
Go on. It's fine.
No, I was just going to give it a bit of an insight. So Adrian's last lap was a 2:05.1. Fengler's was a 2:02.0. So that'll be where the pace is. But I don't know why he did a 2:05. I can't see it was a mistake.
And he's fast.
Yeah. I don't think Adrian would have put up too much of a fight on that one.
Definitely not. But Fengler's lap time so far, he hasn't been in the car yet, so he's adapting to the condition. It's not looking that bad. Not looking that bad. So now, out of teammate care, I have to have a look at Mr. Jude Neville, who is currently down in P18 after his massive incident. Next car in line would be P17 Lewis, 15.5 seconds down the road. Jude is currently lapping at 2:01.8. Rather consistent pace. Not pushing too much, not putting too much on the line. Managing traffic, all well and done. Limburgs has caught some traffic because he actually was slower, nearly a second than shooting on the last lap, 2:01.7 compared to a 2:02.6. Korea's lapping at a 2:01.5, so Korea's actually pulling a lot of gap on Kusut. Gap to Kusut is now 20.8 seconds. Fengler's next car is the number 16 Ferrari of Martier, who is currently lapping at 2 minutes 009. Fengler's just put in a 2:01.6. Christian's getting faster.
And if anyone knows that car, it's Fengler. He knows that Lamborghini really well.
Yes, but that doesn't mean he's fast in it.
I didn't say that. I just said he knows. I chose my words very carefully now, as you can imagine now. All respect to Fengler, he's a good driver.
So the number 4 McLaren, the second unluckiest sod in the race, they have changed drivers to another Greek fellow, where I'll try not to butcher the surname, which is why I'm going to completely avoid it. It's another Nicholas. I think it's... No, I'm not doing it. I'm not baiting myself into... Yeah, that.
I had to go with it.
The number 4 McLaren. We just stick with the number 4 McLaren.
Obviously.
At some point, let's not just end up calling it the Heroes McLaren, like we call it the Baguette Ferrari.
Yeah, mate. Let's not start an international incident, shall we?
Yeah. So they have had a driver swap, currently in P15, but we have Glenn Smith closing down Andy Policott in the 27 Ferrari for P12. About looking at a 3-second lap time difference, 2:05 on the last lap for Policott to 2:02.6 to Glenn Smith. Glenn's trying to recover some ground here after all the shit that they've been through, especially still nursing that 15-second penalty that they have to serve eventually.
Yeah, that'll be in the next pit stop where that.
Have they even pitted yet? They have.
Let's see if I can load up stint time.
They have.
Yeah, so...
Are they doing a double on the tyres? Hold on. That's a 1:08 pit stop. But they're already at 1:10, so they were in like 20 minutes in or something like that? That's when they stopped.
For 39 seconds. They're coming up to a pit stop, so this stint is 1 hour 11 minutes. So they've got to pit. Well, they are pitting now. I can see it says.
And David Shooten is pitting as well. Cutting that stint a bit shorter.
Yeah, 55 minutes for Shooten on that one.
Yeah, Limburgs is now up in P3. With 34 minutes on the stint timer. So Limburg still has a long way to go. Shooting a stop now. Korea past Shooting. Shooting not moving yet.
And number 55's come across it in a very strange place. He just stops the car.
And we have another driver swap, this time for the 31 BMW of David Shooten, handing it over to Dennis Hoek. So Dennis now in the number 31 BMW in P7. Next car behind that is Christian Fengler at 30 seconds of delta. Glenn still stopped.
969. Oh, sorry, 969 involved in further strife.
Oh boy.
I need to go back and have a look at actually what fully happened there, but when I clipped to him, he was parked sideways on the exit of T1.
Oh boy, oh boy. The Smith brothers have actually exchanged cars. There's a Mercedes in the runoff of turn 1. Fengler passed Liam Smith, so Liam has taken over the BMW from his brother, hoping to be a bit more lucky than Glenn.
Car number 55, still stationary. For no reason. I'm going to give them a bit more time, then I'm going to have to boot them away from there, because they are... yeah, they're not really... It looks like he's trying to get the car moving, revving that engine, not getting anywhere with it. So there's definitely a mechanical issue there with the 55 Mercedes.
I mean, he's off the racing lane, but it's still not the best spot to be parked at. 64 into the fast chicane. We've had Hater off before the fast chicane. Hold on, wait a minute. Rocking up. Everything fine. Does he touch the curb in MC Hammer? Does he disregard the catchy MC Hammer song of Can't Touch This?
Must do.
No, he loses it by himself. Just spins out of the corner. How does he manage that? Just boots.
For an update on number 55, he's back underway, but he's definitely got an issue with the controls of that car, because look at the way that car's moving if you get a chance to have a look at it.
Mm-hmm.
He's making what I can only describe as very binary input, so I think there's a control issue for that car.
Yeah, I think that looks like the wheel has disconnected and he's driving with mouse and keyboard now.
I mean, well done that man, but he's it could have just RTG'd, which would have been the safer bet.
Probably trying to hand over the car. So just recovery and handover is what I would be expecting. Spengler's closing down the gap to Mr. Hoek. Peterson still comfortably running away from Waldhauser. Limburg's at a 55-second gap to P2. Korea is now 20 seconds behind Limburg's. 24 seconds to Kashut. Who's just passed up our Mercedes with a lot of strife.
I'm going to give the driver of 55 some credit. I'm watching him very closely at the minute, and he's doing an incredible job of limping that car back. He's stayed out of the way. He's got around there in a good order. Fair play.
Yeah, fair play to Martin Barker. Fair play. Nursing that Mercedes home. Now, not to get a penalty for pit entry. Good. And we now go to an upcoming battle of our teammate Jude Neville onto Lewis, who just leaves the door open for Jude. Jude goes up ahead in P15, 40 seconds up the road from the next car. So Jude's definitely got way of a recovery in him.
Yeah, I think Lewis just let that happen. Looking at the lap time difference between the two cars, the Mercedes roughly 4 seconds a lap faster in the current conditions, and Lewis didn't feel like that fight was one he wanted to have at this stage. So, good racecraft, to be fair. You don't want to get involved in battles that you're not going to win. You're just going to waste time.
Yeah, true. To be fair, not everyone's good at that. And let's just leave it at that. Yeah. It's definitely a racecraft thing. Some people have more of it, some people have less of it. So Search First is currently up the arse of Adrian Morad at a 1 second a lap speed delta, a 1.4 second gap. So if we give this another 1 or 2 laps, we might actually have a fight for P9 going on. The only question is, how much of a fight will it be? Number 55 Mercedes is moving again. Driver change to Thomas Schudak. So definitely some issues with the driver. Maybe the 5-point harness was a bit too tight in the crotch. Maybe the
Well, we've
helmet
all been
didn't
there.
want to breathe. Or maybe he's had a Kimmy issue of the drink leaking in his boot. Who knows? They have
Either
now
way,
changed drivers and they're now back on the road. But again, absolute kudos to Mr. Barker for limping that thing home without causing an incident.
no, superb effort from the 55 Mercedes team. They've managed to keep the car still in the race. They've lost some time, no doubt, but it could have been a lot worse for them. So well done for that team for staying in the fight. Back on with your Search First Adrian Maraud fight. That actually closed and then opened again for some reason, but still on.
Oh, look at that. We have a listener. We have a listener who wants to speak with us. So I might actually grant that. And say, welcome.
Welcome to Flowscope.
Welcome to Mr. Floorskap. Hello,
Hello
Flo.
guys. How are you doing?
We're in the middle of the boring middle stint. And as we just said that, someone spun out of the Mercedes arena. And I've missed it. Again.
Classic.
Number 141 Lamborghini of Pradhan. And that's the gravel trap. So how was your first stint, apart from the obvious?
Well, apart from
Bonk.
it being greasy and there being hardly any grip and the tires being like, no, why are we doing this? No, it was actually quite fine. I enjoyed it a lot. I like conditions like this. I feel pretty comfortable in conditions like this where there's low grip and stuff. And yeah, no, it was a lot of fun. We had a few fights as well. With, I think it was Schuten and later Limburgs. A few close calls, but that was a lot of fun in general. I enjoyed the driving. It was tough because you got to be a lot careful. You got to be careful around the curbs, right?
Mm.
You don't want to lose too much pressure. Your tires are already way too low on pressure. I think we were running in the 24s, mid 24s, which is
Yeah.
way too little. But since you don't know when the weather's gonna clear up, right? You can only see like 15 minutes ahead. We weren't sure if it was worth to overpressure the tires by so much, because if it suddenly dries up, then you're stuck there with ballooning tires, and that's also not fun.
Mm.
And I'm pretty sure everyone's in the same boat. I think we had people start on the wet tires as well, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Looked like it. Yeah,
We had a lot of tire commotion.
Yeah.
So, but let's get to the obvious. Your incident with Limburgs. What was your first and initial reaction to that?
Oh, I was 100% sure that wasn't him. So we came side by side into the left-hander, right? Let me just pull up the track map to see the names.
Yokohama into Warsteiner.
Ah, yes, exactly. So we were side by side into Yokohama, right? And on the exit, we were still side by side. And I was just thinking to myself, I'm just coming to keep him tight here, because there's no reason to move over to the left and give him all the space on the inside. I was just keeping him pinned, because I felt like I had better traction on pretty much every time we were side by side. I felt like I had better traction in the BMW out of the corners. And yeah, I think he just didn't expect that, and he gave me a slight touch because he assumed I was going to move over.
Okay, sorry,
but yeah,
sorry to interrupt you. Mistake from Search First. But can he still make it stick? Yes, he does. Cutting off the nose of Adrian. Bit dodgy. But he got the move done. Sorry for that. Continue.
All good, all good. The action on track is much more important. So yeah, I think he just expected me to move over to the side, and well, I didn't have to, so I didn't. And I think that was just the main thing there. And yeah, it was a slight touch. Not much happened there in the end. I think we only lost the position directly on track to him, and then kept ahead of the guys who were following us. And yeah, no, all good. It's just tough racing, just misunderstanding, I guess.
Hmm.
So what's your optimisms then for the rest of the race? 2 hours left to run. Where do you think your car's going to finish up when the checkered flag falls?
It's a tough one right now, because you don't know with people stopping. You don't know if they're actually going the full 75 minutes on their tires, or if they're stopping after the 1 hour and just doing 1 hour stints every time, right?
Yeah.
So I don't know exactly if the position we're in is fine without for the end of the race. But we're currently running in P5, and I feel pretty confident that we're going to finish in the top 5 as well. I feel we have potential to go further, even ahead. I don't know if it's going to be for podium, but I think we have a good opportunity to catch P4 as well.
Yeah, I mean, they're
they're
nursing a 15-second penalty.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think they're on a different strategy. They came in a lot sooner than we expected as well.
Mm.
I think they had damage. Yeah. And
they're
now
about 10 minutes ahead of you on stint time at the minute, but they might be running a completely different overall strategy, so you never know.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to be interesting towards the last 45 minutes, half an hour. We're going to see where we are exactly and how close we are to the guys around. But yeah, I'm hoping the rain lets up a little bit and we're going to get a little bit of a drier track.
I can tell you for the next 15 minutes, no, and in the next 15 minutes it might start to rain even more.
Oh, that's going to be interesting then as well.
You want to know what's also interesting? Peterson has caught up to P4.
Yeah, the man just has giga pace. Before his first pit stop, he already pulled a full pit stop ahead of us. Because when he came out of the pits, he just came out of the pits right ahead of us. That was completely crazy.
Yep. Which is also why I'm not gifting him a lot of screen time, because he just trundles along at the front.
Yeah, he's just chilling. I think the closest guy to him is like half a minute behind him.
Waldhauser is 37 seconds behind him. Yes.
Yeah, that's about right. Yeah. Yeah,
and
it's just impressive. Yeah. Everyone else is competing for P2, really, aren't they? There's no chance.
He's doing a tremendous job, absolutely, yeah.
And now he gets some involuntarily screen time, because the closest battle we have at the moment is Mr. Polycott on Mr. Rescala at 0.5.
I'm gonna head back to my teammate to continue spotting for him.
Yep.
But yeah, thanks for the chat, guys.
You're welcome.
Good luck, mate. Wishing you good luck. And hope it's gonna be an interesting race.
I hope so too.
Yeah. Cheers, mate. Have a good one.
Cheers, mate.
That was Flo Scub. Los Patos Hermanos, the car number 440, I think. Yeah, 440. Currently running P5 with Cusso at the wheel. 2 hours to run here in Nürburgring. And as hinted, that the weather's not really showing any signs of letting up. This region of the world, it sees this sort of weather quite regularly. So I think we might be in for a very soggy race right through to the end. We were hoping it might brighten up, but it's not looking like it will. Stranger things have happened, though, Darius.
Absolutely. Ooh! Ooh! Whew! Correa tried to slip through there when Rescala let Peterson through, and that nearly went wrong in all the ways. Andy Polycott now glued to the back of Rescala. Adrian Maurer not giving up on Search First just yet, but can't quite stick with him. Mercedes not having any traction, loses the drive out of that corner, and I think... What's wrong there? Number 77 Mercedes of Search First has just pulled off out of the Mercedes arena.
Let me have a look.
I think he might either be out of fuel or has blown his engine.
As we get a stop-go, by the way, for car number 4, the McLaren. Yeah,
That's
number.
Unlucky for Search First. I don't get any sign of life from that car.
And it's gone. On my screen, it's disappeared, and we're down to 27. So
yeah,
this now turning into a race of attrition, Darius. We've lost quite a few cars.
Definitely. I hope they come back out after they get their spare Mercedes engine out of the garage. But that looked a lot to me like a blown Mercedes engine. I know the Mercedes does not like if you over rev it on the downshift, especially from third to second. I remember that very fondly from a certain 8.5 hour endurance race in Kyalami.
Yeah, cheers for that.
Yeah, where blew 2 engines.
What I will say though is its downshift protection's quite good. So you have to abuse it to get that. It's doable, but you really do have to abuse it.
Yeah,
it's certainly easier to blow up like the BMW and stuff. Yeah, who knows? It's a hard one to call that. On track, Ferreira now on the back of Ray. This is the all-time battle for P20. Both cars, however, carrying penalties. Ferreira's penalty that's not long since popped up. That penalty was for colliding with the rear of another car in the corner that they are approaching shortly. So, yeah, both cars have penalties to deal with very shortly.
Terence cutting that very close. One of the South African drivers we see a lot of and we all love and cheer for, Mr. Terence Ferreira. Very well known man in LNR. Very well respected man, but sometimes Terence is just the most unlucky sort a track can find, and that's a clean overtake on Mr. Cameron Ray, so Terence goes up into P20. Number 4 McLaren has had an absolute sham of a race now. It's down to P19 and has collected an SG30. What happened there? Was that penalty related?
That was a lap or two ago. Yeah, no, that's not steward issued, that's game issued, so that would have been during his scheduled stop.
Unlucky.
Yeah. Yeah, he's 2 and a bit minutes into his stint, so when he came in to serve his last penalty, his last pit stop, sped into the pit lane just a little bit, and yeah, he's paying the price now. He's got to come back.
And on a good,
that's going to drop him a long way.
On a good high note, Jude Neville is now up to P13, chasing down P12 at 4-second gap. But I think Jude also only has one stop now. Yeah, Jude only has stopped once, but most of the cars in front of him up till P19 only have stopped once. So he's actually in field condition now. I mean, if he gets past P12, he still has to catch up a 40-second gap. But as long as he keeps that consistent, Jude's not out of the running yet.
I was just about to say, you're going to start seeing pit stops soon. So I've just had a look at the stint timer data. Jude's definitely one of them. So is Adrian, who has just peeled into the pits. Corey, a lot of drivers on at least 50-something minutes into the stint. So very soon, we're going to have another shake-up. Because, of course, when you pit, any penalties you've got to serve them. And there's currently, I think, 6 drivers with standing penalties right now. So that's going to shake things up even more.
I'm going to leave the camera on the Polycott Rescala battle. I'm going to step out for a quick wee and leave you to it.
No problem. I will do what I can then for now. So what you're watching on screen, ladies and gents, is the closest live action we've got at the moment. There's a lot of moving and shaking going to happen because we're starting to see drivers into the pits. We've got 2 of them in there at the moment, but I promise you'll get a few more. What you're watching right now is the battle for P10. So this is Rescala and Polycott. And it's Ferrari v Aston Martin. 4, by the way, still got to serve his stop-go penalty. He's got another lap in which he has to do that, or he'll end up with a disqualification. There's nothing I can do about that. So the Ferrari typically relies quite a lot on just natural sort of mechanical grip. Let's say the Aston Martin, very good in these wet, changeable conditions. It holds onto its tyres very well. So when other cars start to fall away towards the end of a stint, cars like the Aston Martin do tend to hold onto their pace a little bit better. That being said, Polycott, let's have a look. He's paced just a bit quicker than Polycott, sorry, in the Ferrari, just a bit quicker than the Aston Martin last time out. Maybe struggling to get past the Aston. Who knows? We're still seeing a lot of cars in the pit lane or approaching their pit stops. 777 was a yellow flagged a moment ago. That was self-inflicted. Looking at the data, the 2ID car really having a bit of a rough time out there. A lot of drivers wondering when and if this weather's going to change up. I can tell you, ladies and gents, at least for the next 15 minutes, it's not going anywhere. This rain is here to stay. Not heavy enough for the full wet track conditions to be there, but it's definitely enough to cause grip issues. So if you're out there on dry tyres, you have to ridiculously overpressure them to get heat into them. Likewise, if you're on wets, they can overheat pretty quickly in these conditions. So you might see drivers driving offline. If they're doing that, it's a solid sign they're on wets and they're struggling. Excuse me, they're struggling with them.
I have returned into the pawn shack.
Welcome back. Welcome back. Yeah, we're just talking about the difference between wet and dry tyres on a track like this, where it's not absolutely soaked through. There is a distinct dry line, and if you're on wets, you're going to overheat them, and if you're on dries, you basically have to pump them up to ridiculous PSIs to generate any heat.
Yeah. Like it's not looking good. I mean, the only thing I can say is willkommen in Deutschland. Track temperatures also now drop to 20 degrees, same as ambient. So we no longer have any heat conservation just by, you know, sheer residual heat from the sunlight. So this is rained down all to 20 degrees now. If the rain now gets heavier, we might be even in for a bigger surprise. Biggest battle at the moment, Terence Ferreira chasing down Serge First, the man with the blown engine. Andy Policott still trying to chase down Bassem Rascala. Christian Fengler now past Dennis Hoek into P6, 32 seconds up to Andrea Mathieu in P5. Anything other that I've missed? The 429 McLaren is currently in the pit stop with a driver swap to Fabio Vieira, which will be quite entertaining to watch because Fabio has driven that McLaren for quite a long time and he's no slouch in it. So let's see where that ends them up. Just got overtaken by Hayter. Next car in line would be Serge First, who's just going through the Schumacher S. So other than clearing cars that are lapping him or that he is lapping... Oh no, they've swapped to Latiel. Interesting. Why does it say Latiel even though Vieira was in the car? What have I missed? Did they double driver swap or what?
Sorry, I was looking at something else. What car are we looking at?
429 Latiel, because it just said a moment ago that it's Adrian in the car.
It's got Vieira in that for me, so maybe some driver ID issues. Double driver swap really doesn't make sense.
Yeah, that's the thing. Oh well, let's see what ACC comes up with in a few minutes. Because in the game it says Latiel for me, but on the now it has also switched over to Latiel in race control. For me at least. Number 117 Lamborghini is now glued to the back end of Jude Neville, who's just completed his second pit stop of the race. Back up into P14 after the massive amounts of incidents. Gets Brendan Harvey on the pit stop. I guess. Yep, he does. And he's now chasing down Liam Smith with a gap of 9 seconds. Rescala into the pits, so Polygot gets past Rescala thanks to a pit stop. The Correa brothers have swapped, so now Jacob Correa is in the car for the Correa brothers. Any other major changes? We'll see who the Nups Racing Aston Martin will change over to. I get the distinct feeling we might be hearing an interesting comment from the racing stewards in a couple of minutes.
Why?
The all-white known and respected Hagen has gone off.
Oh, Hagen has left the circuit.
Slight issue with, I think, with pit positioning for Rescala. That will cost them dearly. Next car in line is Lewis for the feathered car of Los Patos Hermanos, the 442, currently being lapped by Ernest Goldfish Limburgs. In the meantime, we're looking at Andrea Mathieu, who's currently closing up to get the gap to Simon Kusher at not that slow a rate of knots. 1.2 seconds.
Apologies, Darius. I'm just looking at a stewarding thing quickly. I thought I could multitask, but it turns out I can't.
Yeah. Then bugger off. Terrence still chasing down Surge first. Gap stays about to 1 second. Terrence doing a very good job on the Aston Martin. Rescala still stopped. That looks like a bigger issue on their end. 1:15 on the stop. And they're moving again, and we have switched to the legend himself. Thomas Hagen now in the 435 Aston Martin for Nobs Racing.
Whee.
He's coming out of the pits and immediately is facing Jude Neville, keeping off the line, going over the grass to let Jude by. That's the fair driver that we all know Thomas is. And now we have Andrea Mathieu glued to the back of Shimon Kusser at 0.4. This might actually get interesting in the next couple of minutes.
I'm back with you full time now. I'll just start to look at an appeal very quickly. Both of these cars on similar pit strategies as well. Looking at the stint times, they might extend. Obviously, we don't know the fuel load.
Kusser misses turn 1 and Mathieu goes into the lead. Bad mistake from Kusser. Bad mistake. He will kick himself for that. They're both running up into the damaged Ferrari of Rodriguez. Currently 1 second in front of them. As a lovely, currently ill commentator would say, I think he got this pass done and dusted. I had to say that because of Limburgs. I think it's the second time I've said that now.
We do have to get a couple of Stephen sayings in here, don't we?
Yeah, that's true.
It would only be right to honour the great man himself, who is missed. So we hope you're feeling better, Stephen, if you're watching this.
Mr. Peterson is already up to a 40-second gap to Mr. Waldhausen P2. Yeah, I'm not bothering with Peterson anymore. Let's just not bother. Oh God! Oh, no. Absolute chaos through the Schumacher is. But it all went out pretty well, but that was chaotic. Now all the man Christian Fengler himself has to do is close down a 30-second gap to Shimon Kusser. And they're on 2 pit stops, so, but I think they're on an odd strategy because they had to change tyres relatively early in the first stint of Mr. Kolb. So I think no matter what Christian does, I think the overall position of the Lambo Maniacs stands or falls with the Austrian wall, the fast driver from the mountainous area of Europe, also known as Martin Spritzer.
We know Spitz is a driver with lots of pace in the pocket. Certainly someone who can unlock that.
And the 141 Lambo's off again. And now we're getting into the next battle of Freddie Merli chasing down professional hater out of the Mercedes arena. Let's go on board with Merli on that one. .3, Merli managing consistently how to get out of the corner. Trying to go for the inside fake to get Hater to cock up the braking zone. Hater's not phased though.
No, didn't work. Mustang flashing its lights for some reason. I don't know if that's a mechanical fault. It is a Ford, it's very possible, but through the Schumacher S, I would argue
we have an even closer battle between Jude Neville and Liam Smith into the Wiedel chicane, and Jude makes it stick because Liam lets him through. Okay, back to this one.
Yeah, you've not missed anything. It's still been Merli just trying to get a better run out. He's not been poking his nose out this time. I fear he's going to try and set up a T1 move. Although against the Ford Mustang, I don't see how he's going to make that fit. Just as a side note, your race leader is in the pits. We don't care, but yeah, he's there. So I wonder if he'll go and have a wee break and give the rest of us a chance. Who knows?
We will see. Ah, straight line move against the Mustang. That's a hard thing to pull off, Freddie.
He's just going to have to do this on the brakes, I think. Hayter moves to a defensive line, commits to the middle of the track. A little bit less grip there, so he could go deep.
Ah, good try to undercut it from Merle. Let's go to the outside perspective and hope that the German cameraman or German camera crew does a good work. Didn't quite make it stick because Hayter was on the inside. I think he lost more out of that one than he's gained. And
yeah, that was really good positioning by Hayter, though. He put his car in the perfect position to repel the attack from the BMW.
They're currently being chased down by P1, but Merle's not done with him quite yet. P2 still flashing. I don't think he's that patient, apparently. At least I think Hayter closed down the inside. He lets him through. Come on, Freddy, do the me, abuse the blue flag. Ah, damn it. Didn't react fast enough, I guess. Now up to P3. Already opened the gap to 2 seconds. We're gonna stay on this one because this one is not over yet. Hayter goes deep. Merle goes down the inside. Can he make it stick round the Warsteiner? Hayter puts his nose in. Merle gets the better drive, and I think that's done. Good job from Freddie Merle.
But you know what? I'm going to give some credit to Hayter. For the time he was able to repel the attack from the BMW as he dives through the pit lane. His car positioning and racecraft were really good. So well done, Hayter, as he hits into the pit lane wall and he undoes everything I said. But you know, we'll try to be nice.
Well. Christian Fengler now chasing down Ernest Limburgs at a 15-second gap. Did Limburgs just come out of the pits because his last lap was... Yeah, Limburgs just came out of the pits, I think?
He did.
He did, yeah. 150 on the stint timer?
Yeah, so... Wildshauser, Martaya and Kossut really all got a pit within the next lap or two. That'll give Peterson the lead back, of course. And it might mix up.
Waldhauser has to pit this lap. He's just going into the downhill right-hander running up to Dunlop, and he's on 113, so he doesn't get another lap, and he has to pit this lap. Yeah, otherwise he overstints. And Peterson is only 20 seconds behind him. Fuck me.
I just want to see if you're seeing the same thing I am. It's got darker.
Yeah.
For one.
Yeah.
And in 15 minutes, it looks like the rain is increasing.
Yeah, we've already... No, you're reading that right. We've also moved to damp. The track used to be greasy, but we've moved to damp. So the track is actually getting wetter now, so there might be a strategy change of wet tires in order at some point during the race, so at least this is getting exciting at some point. Jude's chasing down Lewis again after pit stop fell behind. Lewis, I don't think they haven't pitted yet, which will explain it. The Polycots haven't pitted either, but the gap between Lewis and the Polycots is 1 minute and 30 seconds. Or 28 seconds to be precise.
That's a huge gap. Really, it's pretty much.
Round the outside he goes in the Mercedes through the Mercedes arena.
Lord. Jude Neville, take a bow.
Shoot, you cheeky bastard.
I was just looking at data, looked down and saw the move happening. I was like, oh, this is good. Yeah. We're starting to see, interesting, I say, on the Delta, that you can tell who's on the wet tyres, because their times are 2-3 temps up, and everyone else is sort of struggling now because of the changing track conditions.
We've got Waldhauser and Andrea Mathieu in the pits.
Yeah.
Peterson retakes the lead. Limburg is past Mathieu. Yeah.
When Peterson pitted, as Liam Smith generates a yellow flag yet again, when Peterson pitted, he wouldn't have had the information that the rain was getting heavier, would he? So what do you think he's done strategy-wise? Like, is this increase in rain going to slow Peterson down, maybe?
I think he's
I don't know.
smart. I think he's smart enough to pay attention to that.
Yeah, he is, but, you know,
I think with the amount of gap he has, he can like comfortably manage, or even get an extra pit stop in just to change tires. He might drop behind the WKS Ferrari, which now changed to Andreas Kleinwächter again. But even with the 43 seconds, if he comes out of the pits, it's like, what's the pit stop time? Like 1 minute overall, if you get it right. I think so.
Get it right. Well, I'll have a look at what Christoph's was, because he would have done it right. 1 minute to 1 minute 3 seconds is about right. Line to line.
So he's down 15 seconds if he takes an extra pit stop. So I think I can still comfortably say that he has this in the back, no matter how this turns out. But just from the weather that we're seeing at the moment, I think this might prove actually very interesting. As he laps Simon Cosette.
Yeah, well, we're not far past the halfway mark of the race, of course. So we've still got a lot of racing to do here at Nürburgring, and with the rain increasing and everything else that's going to be thrown at these drivers, the light levels are going to start fading soon, as we're already seeing on screen. It's adding that extra layer of complexity to a race that is already testing these drivers as far as like limited track grip. What are you going to do on your tyres? It's for these solo drivers especially, it's really taxing on them.
Yeah,
But for the team drivers out there, what driver do you use, you know?
And we now have a guest from the... Oh, well, that's Cosette jumping a bit of grass. We now have a guest from the Nops Racing McLaren. Adrian, welcome.
Yeah, good evening, gentlemen. I'm here with a public service announcement. Do not update your software before a race.
What happened?
So, Aztec, they have great software, but they're very bad at pushing updates. I made the mistake of updating today, which deleted all my dead zones set for the pedal maps. So, I discovered I suddenly started losing 3 seconds a lap, and I did not understand why, because that doesn't happen in just... It doesn't happen that quickly, losing 3 seconds every lap, and then I noticed I'm losing 4/10 on the straight, and I see that my pedal is now stuck at 10%.
Oh, great.
Which is absolutely lovely. So the solution was putting my foot behind the pedal, pulling it towards me, which is not just very distracting, it's also painful.
Understandable. Understandable. Oh, that's not good. That's unlucky, Adrian. Sorry to hear that.
Yeah, so do not update your drivers before an endurance event.
Sure, but...
I mean,
and then
that
Fabio
fits
having issues as well.
I was about to say you did a double driver swap, didn't you?
Yes, Fabio was driving around with 10 FPS, so we were halting around for a lap and had to do another swap.
Ah, that's
so
unlucky.
he had the AC Evo graphics settings loaded then, rather than the ACC ones, right?
More or less. Like I talked about when I was streaming, it's hardware issues playing into things. It always sucks, but at the same time, in real life, you can have something go wrong with your car too. So it makes sense, even though in a perfect world, it wouldn't be a part of what decides the race.
I've just seen an absolute stand and a half
from Merlion Smith.
From Latil. No, from Latil, who came from what can only be described as another postcode.
So bumfuck nowhere.
Up the inside of the 117 Lamborghini, got the car stopped on the apex. It was a beautiful move. It was something that I'd do. It was great. Adrian. So in sim racing, just like real racing, hardware issues occur, technical issues. It's another way of adding that extra step of realism to the series.
It's no matter if you're against it like I am, or if you do believe that it adds something, it does add that little realism that is undeniable.
It shouldn't happen, really, should it? Yeah.
I mean, Adrian, on a plus side, we've had something in an endurance race that we haven't had for quite some time. We had a blown engine.
Oh, yeah. Was that the Merc?
Yeah, the black
Yeah.
Mercedes that you were battling.
Yeah, I was wondering why he just fucking stopped in the middle of the track. Then we
Yeah,
do have the answer.
his engine blew. I went on board with him, and there was not a single heartbeat from the 6.2 liter. Nothing.
Yeah,
I
that's
think he's dead.
unfortunate.
Yeah.
One blown engine and one set of stuck calipers, I guess, for
Yeah.
the front runners.
Latila is on a charge, by the way. He's got past 2 cars at this lap.
You should have heard him in voice chat. He's not happy. He's trying to get back there, and
He is
I love the
flying.
determination.
Also,
Yeah, he's
Chris,
fine.
something I want to point out, because you see the delta or the times as well as I do, is it has definitely gotten wetter.
Yeah.
Look at the race times. Times are dropping
now from 202s to 205s, even for our leaders. Well, they're still doing 202s, of course, but the likes of Limburg's, 204s for him, 206s for Kusut. So yeah, the track now, we are seeing darker, colder, wetter. That
Yeah.
sounds like a Daft Punk song gone wrong, doesn't it? But yeah,
Yeah.
we're going to have really challenging conditions in the last 90 minutes of the ERA Enduro. And yeah, I think there's probably one more pit stop to go for all these drivers, and then we'll get to the end of it, hopefully all in one piece.
Let's hope so.
Right, I have to get back to
Adrian,
the boys. So I wish
before
you
you go,
good evening.
predictions.
Or
what
did
do
you have a question before I leave?
Yeah, just you know, a little bit of time to go in this race now. Like, what do you think is going to be the result for your team at the end of this one? What's your hopes?
It's difficult to say because you never know what happened. A lot can happen in an enduro. For me now, the target is for us to make podium. But we are at least achieving our own personal goal of having a good time. So we'll see what happens.
Apart from Fabio, who always has issues.
Yeah, apart from Fabio. But Eric is very determined, so hopefully we can bring the fight back to the top. While me on the other end am cautiously optimistic and hopefully not going back in the car because I have a coffee cup with Jaeger and I'm regretting the amount I put in.
Well, we'll make sure the scrutineers breathalyze you before you get back in the car. But Adrian, thanks for stopping by with us, and good luck to you and the team for the rest of the race. And we'll see you.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Thank you.
Later.
Have a good
Enjoy,
one.
Adrian. Bye. Now
So
we
that
have
is-
Kusut going into the pits after
Yep.
quite an overstay with that lap time drop. I mean, Kusut dropped to 206s.
Yeah, and he was very close to running over his stint timer. He made, I mean, the 50 seconds in the end. But if he had a bit of an accident, suddenly you're going over your stint timer. But he made it in time. One driver that has gone over his stint timer though is car number 117.
Ah, okay.
Registering for me as a 1 hour 18-minute stint time. It could be a data error, but that's what's showing to me.
Says the same one for me.
He's pitting now, I think. So we'll see. I mean, he might get if a drive-through pops up in about 30 seconds. We know why.
Yep.
As car number 77 lands in strife. The light has just dipped, hasn't it? In the last 20 minutes, it's just gone.
It's gotten very dark, yeah.
I'm now looking at headlight shapes rather than liveries to identify cars. In the last 20 minutes, that's definitely been a change of pace for me. I'm squinting.
It's not getting better.
Of course, for the drivers, same issues as well, isn't it?
Yeah. Visibility's not getting better. Track grip is not getting any better. The number 440 car has changed from Shimon Kusut to Flo Scub again. So Scub's back in the car. The commentary with us. Paras having a fight with Lucasen. Lucasen is now going ham through the entirety of the field. Currently doing 205s, which matches him in pace with Merle and Jude, to be fair. Fengler's not experiencing that much of a grip drop. I think Fengler made the better decision when it comes to tires, but I can only guess so much after Limburgs gets over the line and we actually get some usable data.
Yeah.
2049
The
from
most
Limburgs.
reliable, is it?
No, not really. What I find what I find funny is that Kleinwächter's actually pulling better lap times than Peterson is. So you might have a point with Peterson not being on the point when it came to tyre change.
And a lot of it's sector 2, which is where you need the grip.
Yeah.
You know, it's the fast flowing part of the circuit really where the grip is at an It's Michael Schumacher-esque really where you're losing gain that time. And if you've not got the tyres under you, you're just going to have to back off more than you want to. I'm speculating hard.
Latiel's already opened up the gap to Liam Smith to about 10 seconds and is closing down Freddie Merley. Latiel is on ascend.
He is on ascend. You know, we talk about the tyres, but you do have some drivers that are just naturally good in these wet conditions. They enjoy the challenge.
They enjoy shitty weather, yes.
Basically, yeah, and they're usually British, because we're used to it. You know. Yeah, so a lot to unfold in this one so far. The gaps have spread out again after the latest round of pit stops. We're in about another 15 minutes. The sort of race end window is open, as we call it. So that is where if you pit, you can then go to the end of the race. Also, we'll see if anyone thinks about that, but I don't. I think we won't see any more last pit stops really until sort of the hour mark, because I want to see what's happening with this rain.
I have just realized something. I think if they do it right, I think the Lamborghini of Fengler, so the number 30 Lamborghini, is on their last stop. If they do full stint timer, so like 1 hour 15, they should be fine. And it will probably be Martin in the car, so that shouldn't be all too much of an issue, as we have Dennis Hoek closing in on Jacob Correa. Which is the only battle we're currently having on track. 0.3 seconds.
I'm just trying to look at lap time data. Correa's fresh out the pits, I think, because his last lap was a 2:23 and invalid. So that he either had a crash or it was a pit lap. Oh, and he tags the back of
Liam Smith.
It looks like 777.
Yeah, that's the 2ID BMW. Liam's not going to be happy about that. I've seen you, Matt. I've seen you.
They have been in all sorts of strife, haven't they? The 777.
Yeah, the 2ID boys are not in for a good time. As we welcome our next guest, one of our era long-time internals, Matt East. Hello, Matt.
How's it going, guys? You enjoying it so far?
Hello, mate.
It's getting interesting again.
Yeah, so we're starting to see things now. I was hoping for a bit more changeable condition. So I was hoping for it to go from a wet to a dry race to spice things up a little bit. Instead, it's going from wet to now darker and wetter. So yeah, more wet. How's the race been for yourself?
We've had an absolute nightmare, to be honest. Started on the wet tyres and they overheated like mad. And then we thought, oh, the pressures are wrong, so we swapped to new wets and that overheated like mad. So then we went dries for a while, and now we just switched back to wets for the rain that's coming in.
Yeah, we're getting increasing rain. I'd be surprised if we get anywhere near dry tyres for the remainder of this race now.
That's the hope anyway. But it messed up all our stints and stuff. And then one of our driver swaps went completely wrong and just didn't work, which was fun.
So
you know what though? That's the perils of an endurance race.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. You know, we're having a good time. We're not last, so we're winning in our books.
I mean, to be fair, your car is still running. We've already had one blown engine in the grid, so there's that.
And a lot of retirements.
Yep.
Yeah, I've seen
the fact that he's still going.
A couple of disqualified and a few retirements. So.
Yeah, they do happen. You know, it's the first race we've done in this series. quite a lot of drivers that haven't driven with us before. Maybe for a lot, this is the first endurance race. You know, you learn a lot doing these sort of events, and hopefully we see a lot of these drivers back for the next one we do. How have you found it out there on track? Any memorable moments from your race so far?
To be honest, because when I got in the car, we were quite a way behind. It was just keeping it clean, waiting for some of the fast boys to come past us at 1,000 miles an hour, and you know, it's not been too bad. But we had a bit of a smash on the first lap, but nothing too serious. We've just been trying to keep it steady, see what else happens around us.
Good man. Well, you're still in it. You're still getting them laps under your belt. You're getting that experience. You're getting the team building, which for these endurers, the biggest thing I've always found is building a solid team, and these enduros really do help with that. So you're getting all that experience under your belt. Just means you can come back next time even stronger.
That's the hope.
Lovely. Well, what do you think for the last sort of hour and a half of your race? What are your hopes for your team? Is it just stay in sort of the position you're in, or are you hoping to try and make moves forward? What are you hoping for?
I think we're at least a lap down on the person above us, so you know, unless something happens, we're just holding station. Hope the next pit stop goes well, and then it's just getting to the end, really.
Superb. Well, thank you for joining us in the commentary booth, mate. It's always nice to have guests. You like?
Definitely.
No worries. I'll leave it to it. Have fun, guys.
Enjoy the rest of your race, mate. Have a good one.
Yes, bye.
Bye, mate. We've reached another lull in racing, Darius, where there's a few gaps. Latil has reeled Merley in.
Yeah, to about 1.4, and I think that's about it for quite a while.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. I was looking at Jay Correa. He had a bit of a bad few laps. I don't know if it's, again, it might be tyres for him, I don't know, but he just seems to be really struggling for grip.
He's also massively off the pace. He's running 210s. Everyone else in that field is running 2.5s to even less. And then there's Flo Scop running 2.36s, same as Limburg's. Fengler's also slower, so I'm guessing we're looking at a massive tyre imbalance throughout the field. Would be my guess.
We've just had Matt East in here, right? And he's driving, well, he's in the 400 team, and he just said to us that the car ahead of them is a lap ahead. Well, the car ahead of them has just had a technical issue, and they've RTG'd. So, may not be 25th after all. He may get to 24th.
They definitely are 24th now.
They'll move up. Yeah, he's
that's Liam Smith off. I just switched to Wayne Ferreira, and the only thing I saw was Liam Smith off in the grass. They've had a blunder of the race, the two ID boys. It's not going good for them. Now, on their back is the feathered car of Los Patos Hermanos, the 442, currently driven by our local sharp Arab man, Mr. Milestone. .5, and is currently actually the closest battle on track that we have. Latil's lost quite some ground on Merley. Probably made a mistake. Lap time dropped to 2:07.7.
Browsing a replay quickly.
That's Liam diving into the pits, and Milestone gaining a position, going up into P14. So the only car that is currently sitting on a long stint timer is actually the number 30 Lamborghini. It's only Fengler's team that is currently sitting on a long pit stop timer. Probably have worked out what they had to do to get the final stint in, with Martin in the car. And knowing...
I think Fengler's fuel saving now, just short shifting, get the car in with enough time left so that Martin can just take it to the end, I think.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Lucasen is on the back of Milestone, 5.8 seconds. So round about 6 seconds, but he's currently lapping 2 seconds a lap faster. So this might also get on very quickly. The other oncoming battle, or the battle that's presenting itself in 1 or 2 laps, is Freddie Merle catching up to Thomas Hagen. Hagen lapping at 2.8s, Merle lapping in 2.5s. 2.71 from Hagen to 2.58 from Merle.
Yeah, there's a lot of cars though. I mean, the pace variance in this field is huge.
Yeah, I'm blaming it on tyres and pressures, if I'm honest.
Me too. Me too. I think that is really messing with some people at the minute, and it's causing us a few upsets, I think. But some drivers will have got that really, really right, and they're the ones that are reaping the rewards right now and making stamps through the field.
Definitely.
I'm just really impressed with how well Fender's team's doing. They've so far executing this pretty much by the book.
Yeah, which, to be fair, in the end might save them, but given how much Fengler's lap times are actually dropping, I think you might be onto something. I think it's tires and maybe fuel saving? I don't know. There's the odd mistake here and there. Scups that closed down the gap to Pinner to 2.2 seconds. In the battle for P5, currently lapping 2.5 seconds faster. Scup is the second fastest driver on the current lap, gauging on the current lap after Peterson. Merle is into battling distance with Hagen, 0.9. Closing that down. Latiel's down to 10 seconds, so Latiel's having issues with the car.
Yeah, again,
I just realised Latiel's not the Finn. Malmi's the Finn, not Latiel. Latiel's French. Whoops.
You've just offended an entire. That's fine. That's fine. We've all done it.
It's Swift and you guys. I get confused. I'm sorry. Merle on Hagen. Hagen does what he does best. Defend.
Makes it the widest car in the world. Yeah.
Yeah,
he's
there's a
good at that,
Lamborghini. Ooh! Fomienko just
nearly. Oh my god.
Oh, I just saw BMW spinning from a Lamborghini arriving at a significant rate of knots.
War crimes. I mean, this is showing the grip difference between a lot of these cars. That McLaren, is it the McLaren? Sorry, yeah, the McLaren's just flying.
Yeah, the Lamborghini from Fomienko is also flying. 204s on the last lap.
Oh my god.
The problem is he's blue flagged to those two drivers, so he either has to be patient or find the exact right moment to get past Merle and Hagen without causing too much of a kerfuffle.
So just had a thought. We've not checked in on the race leader for a while, and Peterson's last lap was a 203.1. Oh, there's a car off.
That's Merle off. That's Merle off. Merle got nervous because of the Lamborghini behind him. That's gonna cost him dearly. Yes.
Oh dear.
To the audience who are watching, this is Christoph Peterson, who's currently alone in Sector 2.
Pretty much all by himself. So he's 50 seconds ahead of P2. They are both lapping in 203s. They're the only cars to be doing so, although there's a couple of cars that are doing 204s and quite respectively. Peterson just a little bit quicker, but the fact that they've dropped a second in pace in the last 5 or 6 laps does indicate that we're getting a more saturated racetrack. The track temp's dropped a little bit as well. Just means that water's really not evaporating off, even with all these cars going through. Yeah, it's causing some more problematic conditions for the drivers out there. Even the race leaders are starting to see it.
Yep, now we have another battle coming up with Scop now glued to the back of Antonella Pina of the Extreme Racing team in the number 16 Ferrari. 0.3. And I think because they were out longer, the 440, so I guess their tire pressures are more fit towards the current state of the track than the Ferrari is, because he's keeping with him and he's closing aggressively. So I think there might be a move happening into the final corner or turn 1. Maybe even the chicane if he's brave.
He just looks more, I don't know, stable, planted, able to sort of take a few more risks, which means he's confident in the car he's got underneath him. When we know what Scubb's like when he's got a car with that feeling, he's a rocket ship of a man, and he's about to put the Ferrari through its paces. Where are they in the pit stop cycle? I want to say they're roughly the same. Have a look at the data. So yeah, about 10 minutes difference between them.
Luke isn't glued to the back of Stone as well. Trying to go for a move. No. Has to concede because there's Korea on the inside. Which gives Miles a bit of breathing room. Back to Scub. Just following behind them through the same corner. Does get the power down a lot better than the Ferrari. Sits on the outside into the left-hander. Ferrari blocks the corner very good. Lucas onto... Oh god, this is so good. Lucas onto Stone into Dunlop. Not getting anything done yet. Scup and Pinner, same situation. Tries to prepare the corner to get the better drive. Does not have it yet. Lucasen gets a lot of a better drive through the Schumacher S, going down the inside into Yokohama, and makes it stick. Can Stone switch back that? No, he can't.
I don't think he was that bothered by it.
Yeah,
the car language from Stone then just wasn't conceding, but he's like, I'm going to pick my battles a little bit smarter now. Yeah, he didn't really seem to. And Lucasen as well, by the way, his lap times are about 2 seconds a lap faster than Miles. So again, it doesn't really make sense to have that fight. We have to see a Fengler pit stop ASAP. He's got 30 seconds left. Oh, he's in. He came in with 27 seconds on the pit stop timer.
1 minute 14. It's the perfect last stint.
That is about as that's really well executed by that team. I'm pretty confident that's going to get them through to the end now. So well done to them so far.
I think they will also have the most accurate tire pressure of the entire field. And Scup trying to go for a move around the outside. Pinner drifts a bit wide. Scup going for the undercut, over and under. With the blue flag traffic down the inside. Abuses the blue flag traffic to make a position.
Oh my god. Well, that's just filth.
I know that move inside out.
Yeah, we've all seen it. We've all done it. No, what bloody hell.
Well
executed. Well executed. Like, that's the art of endurance racing. He's taking advantage of those moments, and Flo Scub has done just that. Pinner then, through really no fault of his own, loses a position a couple of seconds as well. It's part and parcel. Sometimes it goes in your favour, sometimes it doesn't. And he's got to do it all over again then. And both cars got to pit again before the end of the race. This isn't done yet. Car 23, Jay Correa, stuck in a very, very poor place. Had to cycle the electrics on the car to get it going again.
Oh boy.
He was stuck on the outside of Dunlop. The car literally just shut off.
That's not good. Murley is down. Murley is in the pits currently for their last pit stop for the 499 car. Going for the long run for the final full stint.
Yeah, that's a short stint for them then. Murley's only been in the car 40 minutes. He'll hand that over, and they'll go for gold then towards the end of this one.
Yeah. Pinner's coming into the pit now So they're also on their final stop. As Scop just keeps going. Scop has to pit one more time. Merle has switched. And they now have Brendan Harvey in the car. As we have Ryan Gell in the Aston Martin of Nobs Racing. And Ryan Gell, one of our newcomers. Extremely quick driver in the Porsche. Now let's see what he can do in an Aston Martin in the wet.
Well, going from a Porsche in the wet to an Aston Martin in the wet, that's got to be like doing the 100-meter sprint in Doc Martens or running shoes. That Aston Martin is an absolute beast in wet conditions. It is so stable. I've done seasons in that thing, and I love the wet races because of it. So I actually think Ryan Gell, he will excel in these conditions in that car, and expect to see that 435 Aston Martin start to climb through the ranks and reel in milestone soon. I would say I'm going to keep an eye on his lap times, but I'm expecting good things.
Yeah. Pinner's coming out of the pits now. Next car in line is Hoek. He will not get past. Martin Spitzer, though, is past him. The number 30 Lamborghini have switched to their third driver. The Austrian wall, known as Martin Spitzer, is now driving the Lamborghini for the last 1 hour and 15 minutes. And knowing Martin, he will drive the absolute nuts of that Lamborghini.
Well, we've got the number 4 off. Deep into turn 1. He's buried that thing. What's happened to him? Let me just go back on board and have a look. This number 4 McLaren has been in all sorts of... he forgot to brake. Yeah, forgot to brake and just decided that he'd go full committal into the wall, and that's caused a cavalcade of damage. So yeah, the number 4 RTG'd, I'm afraid.
Yeah, I think that McLaren is more broken than it wanted to be. I think at this point they're even more unlucky than the 2ID boys.
Which takes some doing.
Yeah. The Pinner has now dropped to 4 seconds behind Spitzer. Spitzer is 55 seconds behind Scub. So if Spitzer keeps this on pace, I think they might actually catch him on the pit stop. If he keeps the delta below a minute, he will actually end up in front of Scub. They will have fresher tires and less fuel in the car. But knowing Martin, he can defend like an absolute monster. So I think there might be a possible P4 for the Lambo Maniacs of Christian Fengler. I think that might actually be on the table.
Doable.
Gell is currently doing 203s. Which means at the moment he is driving faster than Peterson and Kleinwächter.
And it's not often you say that, is it?
Nope. Both in 30-minute stint timer, so I'm guessing they're both doing a last 30-minute sprint. So what would be my guess? Because the gap between Limburgs and Kleinwächter is 1 minute and 30 seconds. That is absolutely as comfortable as it can be. Gap between Scub and Limburgs is a minute. Pinner's trying to keep pace with Spitzer. Spitzer currently running 204s. Getting adjusted to the car. Milestone just got passed by Ryan Gell, who's putting on an absolute show in the Aston Martin. Right, he's got a lot of ground to cover. Catching up to Latil and Polycott, which are in the same class. He's got to make up a lot of time for that one.
Sorry, I was looking at a stewarding thing. Let me get back to you.
Number 4 McLaren is still stopped. Stones.
I mean, that had big damage.
Miles is dropping like his namesake behind Ryan Gell. And Gell is closing at a rate of knots to Lucasen. 2 seconds faster a lap. He's done a 203 and he has overtaken cars. So Gell is taking all the money on this one. Currently the fastest in stint. The only car that is or similar in pace is Martin Spitzer at a 2:04.2, which is also faster than Peterson and Kleinwächter. So Martin is currently driving a second at minimum, 2 seconds tops, faster than all 4 cars in front of him. Limburg's is
So,
dropping in pace
You
compared
got
to
to pit
Scott.
again?
Spitzer, no.
Limburg's?
Limburg's has to pit, and Scott has to pit
Climb
as
out.
well.
Yeah. So, yeah, this could be... They're in a good position, the Lambo Maniacs,
Yep.
right now, as far as where they're just giving themselves all the opportunities in the world, really, to get a result out of this. And, yeah, the car's ahead. Although the gap's there, like, they've... there's a pit stop almost between P4 and P5 in terms of time, but if he keeps lapping like he is, that will disappear fast.
That is the last pit stop for the 429 McLaren of Nubs Racing. And Jude Neville, who's currently on his last pit stop, is back up to P9. So he clawed his way all the back there from the massive damage that he had. So I can only say kudos to Jude for keeping in it, keeping at it, and actually crawling back up to, like, respectable position. Not a lot of people would have done that after all the shit he's been through. Ryan Gell just passed Eric Latiel for position.
Yeah, Latiel's in the pits.
Yep.
But he is. Ryan's on a bit of a charge at the moment, as you can probably tell from his lap times. 2:03.3 that time. For context, Lucasen, who is effing quick, did a 2:06.2 last time out, and Christoph Peterson a 2:05.1. So Ryan Gell at the minute, fastest man on track, and it's not even close.
It is closer than you think. Because
No, I mean it's not even.
Antonella Pinner is doing a 2:03.5 P6.
Oh shit! I didn't see him. Yeah, I didn't see him. Sorry. Yeah, he is also El Rapido at the minute, and yeah, he's closing in the back of Spitzer. He's not too far away, is he?
No, he's not. 2 seconds. 2:03.9. 2:03.9 from Martin. I think Martin's getting back into the groove of it. I mean, Martin has to try to manage the gap to below a minute to Scub. Limburg's is massively dropping in pace. I think this is the point where actually having different tire pressures might come in handy.
Yeah, definitely. Also, Darius,
Yes.
looking at the weather, we're gonna have even more rain in 15 minutes. Is that right, or am I reading that wrong?
Yep. That's even more rain in 15 minutes. So even though they're on a good strategy for those that pitted just now and use the full stint time, I think the guys that are running longer, so like Peterson, Kleinwächter, Limburgs, might be at an advantage when it comes to the next shift in weather. That's just my prediction. The Koreas have changed driver again. Nicholas is in the car again, and he's in the pits. What? Does that happen?
Korea.
But
You're looking at Korea.
Korea, yeah.
Yeah.
They've dropped a lot because of pit stops. I think there's something wrong with the Korea car. Something might be off with their McLaren.
Yeah, they just had a penalty applied by the stewards for that collision with the 777 car that we saw quite a while ago. Actually, that car is now retired. So that's gone out of the race now because of that penalty, I assume. I don't know. And
That's
yeah,
sad to see. Could have just gone on, but well.
Yeah, I don't like to see cars retire. Unless, there's genuine reasons for it, of course.
I mean, like blowing a Mercedes engine.
Like, yeah, well, even they came back, didn't they?
Yep, they did.
That's still going. Yeah, I don't know. I just don't like it. Right, where are we? Because I've just been asked by a driver just to check something for them because they're having stint timer issues.
Yep.
So I'm just having a look at that for them just to see if I can see
Ooh,
anything
Martin Spitzer 2:03.4. Spitzer's on ascent now. And that is even faster than Gel. Currently, the fastest man on track is Pinner at a 2:03.3. So he's even catching up to Martin, even though Martin is catching at a significant rate of knots. Peterson in the traffic.
Yeah. Both those drivers going to the end now, we believe anyway, as far as their stint timers and such. Whereas Limburg's, I'm not going to pronounce P2 because I'll get it wrong.
Kleinwächter.
69 and Peterson, that's the one. They've all got to stop again. So the first driver that we think has done all their pit stops is the number 30 Lambo Maniacs, who are being charged down by the 16 Ferrari.
Yep.
So this isn't over yet. We're going to see some
over.
position swaps.
And also Limburg's lap times are massively tumbling. He's just on a 2:09.9, so 2:10.
Oh, yeah.
Limburg's
as well.
Limburg's is not having a good time right now. Scub is getting caught by Ryan Gell. He's currently putting the send on.
Ryan Gell's flying. Although his last lap was 2:05.1. So
just look at the track reflection. Yeah, we've actually progressed to a wet track. It will be more rain in 5 minutes, and then it will be even more rain than more rain in 15 minutes. So this is getting proper German. When it rains, it rains cats and fucking dogs.
This raises a question, Darius. So the likes of Spitzer and Pinner, who took the advantage of that early stop, they didn't know. They didn't have that, did they? They didn't know that it was going to get heavier.
No, for them it might get hard. They might have to pit again.
Yeah.
Lucas
so we'll see.
Not conceding that into the Schumacher S. Gell has to try again. Giving that up. Gap between Pinner and Spitzer is 1.6 at the moment. Lapping half a second faster than Spitzer, and Scub has also found some pace. Peterson and Kleinwächter have dropped in the 206s. So they definitely need to pit.
I'm keeping an eye on the Pinner and Spitzer.
Gell and Lucasen. Lucasen dives into the pits. Gell nearly ran into the back of him. Just avoided that one. That puts Gell up into P10 and Lucasen onto their final stop and final driver swap. Same for Dennis Hoek, who's just entered the pits at P7. See a couple cars diving in, I think. The 141
this weather.
141 Lamborghinis also dived in. See what the 77 does. Stays out.
So the thing is, these drivers now will have all seen that this weather's just going to increase.
Yeah.
I don't think there's any point if you're approaching a pit stop. I don't really see the value now in holding on to what little. You at this point you properly commit into the wets. You properly commit into wet pressures. It's going to get dicey now for the last hour, so you might as well just get ready for it. The most typical thing that could happen, of course, is in the next 15 minutes it could completely stop raining and it could start to dry out. But that's racing.
We'll never know.
That's the Eifel region. Anything could happen down it.
2:05.0 for Spitzer, 2:04.8 for Scub, 2:04.6 for Pinner. I think the weather's actually getting worse. The driver also noticed it. 2:06 for Limburgs. Last lap for Jude Neville was a 2:05.3. So Jude's also committing to ascend. Next car in line is Hoek at 46 seconds. Ryan Gell 25 seconds behind. Cars that still have to pit are Peterson, Kleinwächter, Limburgs, Scub, Chris Policott, and that's about it. Pinner's down to 0.8 seconds on Spitzer. Number 4 McLaren's back out on track again. The 68 French Baguette Ferrari has now also pitted, and the car has been given over to Mr. Mur.
So you traditionally then, Darius, you'd expect your fast drivers in now.
Yeah.
For the last stint. A lot of these drivers will have done the start. probably wouldn't have had much to do in the middle of the race, and then, you know, you've gone from driving, you know, in what can only be described as a bit of a slidey but well-lit track to a absolutely saturated, flooded in some places, and pitch black track. How do you change your mindset from one extreme to another?
I mean, it's kind of different. Usually you wanna have one of the fast guys in for the first stint and one of the fast guys in for the last stint, and usually you place the consistency somewhere in the middle. But if I had to rethink that, just from the last stint, from how the weather is evolving, I would throw in whoever is the fastest in the wet into that car.
100%. Yeah, and you wouldn't have necessarily, like, do you think any teams then might have changed their final driver based on seeing that weather report? Like, you know, some of these drivers better than I do, so do you think some of them are going to actually, you know, this guy's, I think he's just going to be able to handle the conditions better. He's not as fast on paper, but
I
he's
think
not
I
going to stack
think
it.
we're currently seeing that on Dennis Hoek, who's in the pits for another time after a lap out. So I'm guessing someone forgot to driver swap. Because for Dennis Hoek, for example, I expected Schuten to take over for the final stint, just because of experience in the wet and the BMW.
Yeah, mate, we've seen a couple of driver swap pit stop issues. As with any endurance race, the pit crews can make mistakes as well as the drivers, and I think that's happened a couple of times. We've had it all, haven't we? Really, we've had blown up engines, we've had technical issues, driver issues, driver swap problems. We've had it all. But the fact that we've still got 25 cars going round after the 3 hour mark is a good sign, I think.
Mr. Pinner still glued to the back of Mr. Spitzer at 1 second. Probably just trying to stay out of the spray till he gets a good opportunity, which is what I would do. Because it's...
I'm just looking at Howick. He's just span it. I don't know if it's still Howick on your screen, but
it's still Howick on my screen. Something... I smell technical issue. Let's go on board with Mr. Hoek for a minute.
I'm just going to mute. I've got an appeal to look at, so
Yeah,
I'm going to go and grab a beer, and then I'm going to
that.
go and look at that. Back in a minute.
Mr. Hoek's not looking all too happy on the tires, sliding all over the place, not gaining traction where he needs it. I just saw that arse on the back of the BMW. I'm not going to comment on that. And that is Ernest Limburgs into the pits as the first of the 4 front runners to actually go for a pit stop. Now let's see where he ends up once he comes out of it. Mr. Peterson is also in the pits, leaving the pit lane now, coming out in front of Kleinwächter after the pit stop. So Peterson has successfully driven out an entire pit stop on P2. Well, bugger off to SRO is the only thing I can say to that one. Limburg still stationary. Still stationary as we've got Flowscop coming on. Limburg's on his final pit stop. That's Scup going past. Limburg's still stationary. Now it is up to Martin Spitzer. Limburg's engine is on and he's moving. Gap to Martin Spitzer behind should equalize at something like 40 seconds. Now the question is, how far can he close that gap? Just from that gap alone, I guess that Spitzer will end up in front of Scup. So Spitzer kinda has to keep it in there to beat out the 440 BMW, which will be on better tires for the rest of the stint. I mean, if we're looking at the weather prediction, the weather's getting worse by the minute. We've dropped to 18-degree track temperature. We have medium rain at the moment, and the medium rain is increasing for the next 15 minutes. So this might actually turn into a nightmare of standing water through the lap as we have a Mercedes off into turn 1. Which I think would be the 77. Yep, that's the 77 of Anatoly Liucci. Ah, they've not had a good race. They were so unlucky with the blown engine. But I'm glad that they're still in it. They didn't quit like many other drivers did, and that's a statement in itself. Excuse me. Now Limburgs is onto the back of Scup at 10 seconds. Well, Pinner is glued to the back of Spitz at 0.2. Stone getting a position from Hoek up into P10. Ryan Gell 16 seconds behind Jude Neville. And we still have got Chris Pollicott, Andre Kleinwächter and Flo Scup yet to pit for their final pit stop of the race. If we're looking at the stint timers, Kleinwächter's on 50 minutes, Scup's on 41, and Pollicott is on 48. Just from that, Stone has to pit again, Fomienko has to pit again, Mr. Bakker has to pit again, and Mr. Wiedemann also has to pit again. So we still see like 5 pit stops that will throw this field about, as we see Mr. Pinner glued to the back of Spitzer, and he misses the chicane and is off in the grass. I just commentator cursed that, didn't I? I'm sorry, Mr. Pinner. I'm very scusi. I didn't plan on doing this. I'm very, very sorry. As we've got Dennis Hoek into the pits again. Again, this is not looking good for Dennis Hoek and David Schuten. Chris Pollicott has now entered the pit as one of the final drivers and the last of the amateur class to enter the pit lane. So let's see where he ends up once he gets out of it. I'm guessing they will hand this over to Nathan Warren again, being the fastest of the 3 drivers, which would be my guess. And the next oncoming car is currently going through Warsteiner, which would be Ryan Gell, who they're actually racing for position. And Gell should be free to complete his stint. Oh, this one will be very, very interesting for the last hour, people. Or the last 50 minutes. It's not even an hour to go now. Pollicott's moving now. Car has been handed to Nathan Warren. 10 seconds. Ryan Gell is now going through the final corner onto the main straight. Oh, this is cutting it close. This is cutting it close. Nathan might lose this. Nathan lost it on pit exit. That is Ryan Gell of the 435 Aston Martin into the lead of the amateur team of Nubs Racing. Current class lead for Nubs Racing. So currently leading in the silver class would be Sebastian Lucassen, with only 3 cars left in the class. And yeah, of course, the race leader, Mr. Christoph Petersen, driving around laps in his Honda by his own, or on his own, without any paying attention to anyone. So Scup's lap times are dropping, Kleinwächter's lap times are dropping, Limburg's is getting faster per lap. Just look at that standing water in the light reflection. You can definitely see the tracks getting worse by the minute. There's not a lot going on right now. And now with Chris out of the picture for a short amount of time, you're stuck with me talking cuck. So, well, just from the conditions I see today, I'm looking forward to tomorrow's Sunday Cup race that we're having. It's not as bad as conditions, but it's still relatively moist. So, I know who my bet is on, who's going to win this race tomorrow. With Steven out of the picture, I don't know how that's going to resolve in commentary, but I'm open to surprises. as we can see the number 77 Mercedes closing the gap to Terence Ferreira in the number 22 Aston, down to less than a second. So we might actually have a battle going on here, other than Pinner desperately clawing onto the backside of Spitzer. And I commentator cursed them again. Fuck's sake. I should just stop that. Hoek is in the pits again? At this point it's just trolling the pit crew. That's really unlucky for Hoek. And shooting as well. It's not even in the car. There's nothing he can do about it, but their race is turning from bad to worse. Spitzer and Pinner flashing the absolute crap out of Brendan Harvey, which they're both trying to lap desperately since they're fighting for position. Harvey gets out of the way. Spitzer gets by and the gap is down to 0.4. 0.3. I know Mr. Fengler is sitting there watching his teammate sweating absolute buckets. Oh, Spitzer, this is getting close. Martin now has to put all his work into defending that instead of catching Spitzer, instead of catching Limburgs and Scub. But just from the Delta, I think as soon as they're about to stop, the 440 BMW might end up behind the Lamborghini of the Lambormaniacs. Yeah, and as you can see from the track reflection, weather's not getting better. Scup's up to 56 minutes on the stint time of 45 minutes remaining. 0.4 between Spitz and Pinner. 0.6 between Lucasen and Harvey. He's joining in that kerfuffle. Dennis Hoek is out again. In P17 now. Fabio Vieira has taken over for the 429 Nubs Racing McLaren. Taken over from Eric Latiel. Liam Smith currently 3 seconds behind Formienko. As Lucasen goes for a move round the inside of Brendan Harvey into Yokohama. Harvey makes him work for it. Blocks the inside, but Lucasen gets the better drive out of the Warsteiner. And buggers off to continue chasing Mr. Milestone, who's currently 25 seconds off the road. Ryan Gell has opened up the gap to Nathan Warren to 8 seconds. And Pinner is still glued to Spitzer. Oh boys, this is getting exciting. This is getting exciting for the last 40 minutes. What strategy turnaround will we face? How bad will the track get? Just from the weather, I'll say very bad. Lap time wise, fastest car currently on track is Mr. Christoph Peterson at a 2:02.9. Mr. Kleinwächter, who hasn't pitted yet, is looking at a 2:08.5. So his tyres are about as far out of the window as you can be. So I'm guessing they'll be pitting in a few minutes. And that time delta just got a bit fucky with Spitzer and Limburgs. Limburgs is lapping at 2:04.4, so he's running away constantly from Spitzer and chasing Scub. They're now down to 2.5 seconds. Is there any other action happening in the field? Yes, the French Baguette Ferrari. Don't wonder, their team is actually called French Baguettes. The French Baguette Ferrari is now closing in rapidly on Vieira in the Nubs Racing McLaren. 0.8. Now the thing is, if Cedric can take this, this is actually for position in class. Talking P5 in class here, so let's see if Cedric can actually make something out of this. Be quite nice to see. 2:40 from Limburgs. Pinner and Spitzer is still unchanged. Limburg's down to 1.5 and a major kerfuffle through turn 1 with all the blue flags involved. Mistake from Nathan Warren. 1.4 seconds, 1.5 to Scub. racing for position, even though Scup's team still has to pit. Yeah. Pinner and Spitzer not giving each other an inch and being caught up by Lucas now. It's currently lapping the same times as them.
I am back.
Welcome back.
Thanks for bearing with me.
Well,
So,
people just had to listen to me talk shite for the last 10 minutes or something like that.
it's so good. It's so good. It would have happened anyway.
Not a lot, apart from Pinner still being glued to the backside of Spitzer. Limburgs is catching up some pace. Kleinwächter has dropped massively in pace, so is Scup. But they both still have to pit. Limburgs is actually in striking distance of Scup, even though Scup still has to pit. Let's just hope those two don't repeat their incidents, because otherwise, if Limburgs spins out this time, there might actually be a podium on for the Lambo boys.
Yeah. So how's it looking then for these final podium positions? Has everyone done the pit stops, or are we still waiting for some?
P2,
we're waiting for
P2 and P3
Yeah.
in Pro Class. Pro Am, I think, has done their pit stops. Lucasen still has to pit. No, I'm on the wrong.
No,
Lucasen has pitted. Stone has got to pit. I'm on the wrong. So we're looking at Lucasen P1 in Pro Am, and P1 in Am would be Ryan Gell for the 435 Aston Martin at the moment. But to be fair, I think he managed to do a 9-second gap on the first 3 laps on Nathan Warren.
Right. So yeah, he's fine then.
Yeah, but Jude...
It's almost a cheat code having Ryan Gell in that car in these
look at that! Limburgs does another dive on Scup, and there's contact again.
Yeah, and it's just appeared on my on the stewarded software.
Nathan Warren nearly killing Limburgs. Oh boy. Oh boy, this is getting spicy. Pinner is now dropped from Spitzer as Spitzer tries to make a run for it. Apparently, Lucasen had his hands in there, from what it looks like. Spitzer makes a mistake. Tells Lucasen, no, you're not racing in this. Bugger off. Lucasen cannot be fucked with buggering off. If he spins Martin around, I'm sure there will be a very angry Austrian. And we don't want that. We know what happened the last time. Scup and Limburg, same corner as when they first collided. This time, nothing happens. Pinner glued to the backside of Spitzer. Lucasen fucking around in the middle. Liam Smith now closing the distance to Formienko, the 117 Lamborghini, and that is actually for class position for P2 in Pro-Am, but we only have 3 Pro-Ams, so it's a podium regardless. As we have Kleinwächter going into the pits for their final stop at 38 minutes remaining. Scup still staying out, being in the way of Limburgs. Pinner glued to the backside of Spitzer. Lucasen just forced his way past Spitzer. He's not going to be happy about that. Scup defending like a maniac through the Mercedes arena. Trying to keep the door closed so Limburg does not put his nose in there. Does not get the drive.
I mean, Scup's got a pit. I'd expect him soon anyway. So is there much benefit to fighting this? Because Limburg's aren't going to pit. Oh, he might not know that.
The only thing at this rate he's achieving is that Limburgs might actually get a problem from Spitzer, but the gap is big enough. Going for the overtake down the inside. Contact? No contact? Good overtake from Limburgs. He's done that very well. So out of the top 4 cars, Scup is the only one that yet still has to pit. And given the gap, he will definitely end up behind Spitzer and Pinner. Jude with 50 seconds behind Pinner, I think he's too far away at this point.
Yeah, it's a tall order to get anything done. I guess with that gap, it's 51 seconds.
Yeah, but he's recovered it to P7 despite everything
I mean,
that
that's
happened.
yeah, that's impressive. He had a bit of a nightmare of a first stint.
Formienko and Liam Smith are going at it. Liam takes the white line, trying to get the better run out of it, but is it enough though? He's closing in fast. Goes offline, tried to scare Formienko into a mistake. Doesn't quite work. Come on, Liam, you've got this. For once, don't make a mess out of it.
Come on, Liam. That 777 has had, let's just say, an eventful race. It'd be nice if they could have something to celebrate at the end of it. You know, another step on that podium, I think, would go a long way to ease the woes. And Peterson has come a cropper. He's cycling with number 55.
Is Chris, is my internet shitting itself or is that yours?
Yeah. Kill up on the audio. I don't know if that's just from me.
You've turned into a robot, mate.
So
Is that a Discord issue?
I'm
Stream
looks
looks
here on the stream.
Ah, you're back to you're back to normal now. Yeah, so, sorry for the Optimus Prime terrain. We're back to normal.
Oh dear. We've got Milestone in the pits. That's them.
Yep.
Now going to the end of the race. I don't know if they'll come out ahead of Lucasen. I think they will. Will they?
No, Lucasen's passed.
Lucasen already gone through.
Lucasen's gone like at a significant rate of knots. They're out in front of Viero, so that's P3 in class for them at the moment. As Liam Smith is still glued to the backside of Formienko. Pinner has dropped quite a long way back from Spitzer.
Yeah, he's last up at 2:08.5. I just wonder if he made a mistake. In these conditions, it's gonna happen. He's not like he's running 2:08s consistently. I think he's just had a bad lap, if I'm going to be honest with you.
Probably. So Scup's approaching the 1 hour stint timer, and so is Formienko. So Formienko still has to pit. The Smiths are cutting it very, very close. Baka has to pit 47.
Oh. So, yeah. I think they've got to pit again.
I think so too. I think the smart thing would be just go a short fuel stop.
Yeah, splash and dash.
Just don't even
or
take
if you've got
tires.
the fuel, just drive through. Yeah.
Yeah, if you've got the fuel, just drive through. That resets the stint timer. I think. I don't think the car has to be stopped.
No, you've just got to go through the pit lane.
Scup's doing 2:08s, so at this rate he might actually be losing the position track-wise without pitting.
He's currently behind a Ferrari. I think that's the number 27 Nathan Warren car. So just a bit of traffic there for Flo Scub. Lindbergh, since making that overtake that we saw a couple of laps ago, he's gone up the road now. He's 6 seconds further away.
He's buggered off.
Although, you know, a full minute and 7 seconds behind P2, so there's not much Mr. Lindbergh is going to be able to do about getting on that second step of the overall and pro podium.
But to be fair, P3 for his first solo race in the Porsche, that's not all too bad. I'd take it.
He started 26th.
And he made all that up in one stint. He's done a U
Lindbergh
basically.
started. Yeah, basically, he started P23. Another success story for me, Nathan Warren. He started in 20th. He's up in 9th. There's a lot of drivers that have made good in this race. Harvey started 17th. He's now 11th. Yeah, there's a lot of drivers that are making some good progress. The number 4 McLaren, unfortunately, has been the big loser of the race. They started in 8th and they're down in 22nd. So they've had all the bad luck, unfortunately.
Yeah, but one team that has come a long way is the Lambormaniacs. I think they've been the most consistent despite a horrible first stint from Lucas Kolb, because they started on the wrong tires.
Yeah. And it's been on the right tyres at the right time that's really made it this race for a lot of drivers, I think.
Yeah.
It's been a difficult one.
Spicy Spitzer, spicy. Martin just put his left rear into the grass while braking into turn 1. That didn't turn out all too well. Okay, 1 hour and 1 for Scub. 30 minutes remaining. 30 minutes left. Pin has dropped to 5 seconds behind Spitzer. Ryan Gell is catching up at a significant rate on Jude Neville.
Sorry, I was asked just to mitigate on a penalty that's just been issued.
Oh!
Go on.
Pit lane infringement from Hansen. Big one.
Oh no.
Went into the pit lane and then just came over the double barricade back onto the racing line into the final corner, while Vieira and Mur, who are battling for position, came on. That put him in a good position. Vieira goes too far on the outside, steps it on the grass, and that's a position for Mur. I know there will be an angry Brazilian. Nothing he could have done about
stuff
that.
like that has to be reported. So I can't just action it without a report, unfortunately, because then it would be deemed as unfair and just because I've seen it.
Scubber's in the pit, has just stopped, and there goes Martin Spitzer. That's 2 positions lost for the Los Patos Hermanos 440 to Martin Spitzer and Antonella Pinner. He'll come out in front of Jude Neville. The question is by how much? Jude's going into Warsteiner now, running up into Vidal. The BMW is not off yet, as Bakker still needs to drive through. That's Kasut back into the 440 BMW. As the delta has close to 20 seconds, Jude has just gone through the Vidal chicane. Nah, I don't think Jude's gonna catch that up with Kasut being on low fuel and probably the most accurate tyre pressures on the grid. But it put the Lambormaniacs up into P4, and Pinner has dropped to 10 seconds behind. So if Martin can keep this on track for the next 30 minutes, I think they can be very happy with themselves.
Yeah, I mean, Pinner's the car they're fighting. The 16 Ferrari, that's really the one that car is on par with and is fighting for position. There's about a 10-second gap between the two now, so all Spitzer really has to do is just keep it on the black and wet at the moment, and he should be good to go. Catching Lindbergh's bit of a tall order given the gaps and everything else.
Yeah.
You really have to push to get anywhere near it, and with the time remaining, probably not worth it. So at this point, if you're Spitzer, you're consolidating, you're making sure you're keeping it on, and just getting to the end. Basically, it's tempting to go for that podium, but you're gonna probably cause more accidents.
Yeah, 53 seconds. He's not catching that up in 30 minutes. It's like 2 seconds a lap. I don't think Spitzer has that in him. especially not given how off the tire pressures must be at this rate, because the rain is constantly getting worse.
It's just not letting up, is it?
Yeah, you can see it in the track, like how wet it's gotten over the last half an hour.
I'm going to campaign Fengler for no more night races though for commentary because
You
I'm
can't
having
see
to double
shit.
check. You can't see anything of what I'm doing. So that's definitely going in the feedback and suggestions option on Discord when we get out of here. My eyes are really starting to struggle. Battles on track. Well, P4, sorry, car 4 is having a bit of a go at number 55, although 55
Just went into the
they've got a
pits.
drive through to serve, yeah, so they've got to come and serve that. That was suffered because they ultimately ended up in a collision with a car that was lapping them, but there was a couple of other infringements in line with that as well, so that's why it culminated to a drive-through penalty from the stewards, which unfortunately has put pay to that battle that we had on track between those drivers. Vieiro's just looped it.
You got
Not really fighting anyone really.
Yeah,
He was
that
trying to
explains.
come near.
Mr. Merce 13 seconds up the road from Lewis, but he's currently lapping nearly 4 seconds faster lap, so he might actually catch that up.
Could do. We know our token Frenchman does race well. He might be able to do something about that car.
77
Again, it's not
Mercedes.
that tight, though.
Ooh, big one, big one, big one. Commentators goes, I just saw the 77 Mercedes was glued to the back of Cameron Ray, and as soon as I switched onto him, he lost the rear out of Hatzenbach.
Oh,
Where Hayter lost it.
yeah, he got on the grass. Looking at it. Oh yeah.
Ryan Gell, 2 seconds up the road to Jude Neville. 24 minutes to go. 25 to be, if you round it up. Just for the love of God, don't blow another Mercedes engine.
Mm-hmm.
1.3. Now Gel's really giving his best to get past Jude. Fresher tyres, car's better in the wet, which will help him massively in the Mercedes arena. Liam Smith currently sitting in P2 of the Pro-Am class behind Sebastian Lucassen.
So, the closest battle we've got on track is the battle for P19 that will go down in history between Ray and Little Chile. Oh, I'm butchering that one, the number 77 Mercedes. It's the closest fight we've got on track at the moment.
And
the
remember,
77 Mercedes
they're on their second engine.
That's right, yeah. So they've got, they've got fresh valves in that thing, and they can rev it all the way to 7,000, go like hell, and they are doing that. And the BMW ahead is struggling a little bit more. Who is the BMW ahead? Who's the team? Let's have a look.
It's Cameron Ray, I think.
Cameron Ryan Stewart. Yeah, that's theirs.
Yeah. I can see you sitting in here, Thomas. FYI.
Yeah, we're ignoring you.
He's not asked a request to come on stage, so.
No. Beg boy, you gotta beg to come up here. Oh, lovely. 141. RTG'd. I was just wondering what had happened to him. He looped it down at Dunlop and it was parked on the grass, admiring the darkness view, and ended up RTG'd. He's had a tough race, the 141 Lamborghini.
Oh god,
And
we've got two people coming up on stage. We've got Mr. Hagen
go.
And the
Hello.
Fengler.
Oh, all the
Yeah.
crews here.
The dream
Yeah.
team.
Yeah. Oh, Ryan Gell's getting very, very close to Jude Neville. 0.4. Flashing him, not giving him an inch. Showing him he's faster. And let's see if Jude just lets him have it, or he wants him to fight for it.
I think the race that
Bonk.
Jude's have, he won't always contact that. He won't want to give anything up easy. Like he's had to battle for everything. He's had this race. Technically, they're not in the same class.
Yeah, but I
so,
don't
you
think
know,
Jude's giving that up without a
kind of-
fight.
I don't think he cares. Yeah. Yeah. Also, he's been on the receiving end and probably on the delivering end, if we're being honest, of a few bonks. So maybe Jude's just thinking self-preservation and let Ryan go. But with 21 minutes, your mindset shifts.
True.
You're no longer thinking this is an endurance race. You're thinking there's 20 minutes to go.
Yes.
So, but I think mindset-wise, if I'm Jude, I'm defending.
Same.
Anyway, let's talk to our guests. So let's start with Thomas. You were here first. Thomas, how's the race going for your crew? You've got
It's going
two cars
good.
in this one, haven't you?
Yeah, we have two cars. Sorry for my voice. That's not working right now.
Mhm.
So my team, the car I'm in, we've been doing very good. The other team has had some hardware issues that has put them back to now P15. But we've been able to run very consistently ourselves, and yeah, we've been chasing Jude down since I believe like 50 minutes left of the race. So about 20 minutes now. No, 30 minutes. We've been chasing him down.
Yeah. Yeah, and likelihood of making that happen, or are you?
Jude just went off.
Yeah.
And he's gone round.
Oh no!
We just had to
commentator's
talk about.
curse.
Yeah, it's very
Oh.
bad today. I told Jude
Commentator's curse,
I told Jude I was trying to not commentators curse him, and yet now we've done it.
We've done it to him.
We even before that we were very confident to get ahead of him.
Yes, but
Yeah, I mean, you've basically-
you've got a fucking Joker in the car right now.
Yeah.
He shouldn't
Oh, yeah,
belong in that
100%.
class,
That's
but
our ace in the
well,
slaves.
You've got a cheat
was-
code basically in that one.
Yeah, that was our ace in the sleeve, and we've given him the longest stint. I was in the third stint, and I had to run for like 10 minutes in fairly decent rain on dry tires. So we just prepared him to run in the wets for an hour and 15 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, he's doing that. He's on an absolute charge. Like, as soon as he got into that car and we started seeing his lap times light up the timing boards, like, compared to the cars around him, he was just charged. And he's charged through the field, essentially. Like, you're leading
Absolutely.
class, leading
Yep.
class now. So there's a trophy in this for you, unless he absolutely spun. And I'm not going to commentate as curse you in the last 18 and a half minutes.
Anything can happen, but we are very happy with the result, no matter what happens.
Huge result, and it's not just down to Ryan, of course. There's been other drivers in that car. You've had Volt driving that yourself, and Rescala.
Yeah.
You've all contributed to what has ultimately been a very successful and difficult race for your team.
Yeah, we've been able to run very consistent laps across the board. So that has absolutely helped us put ourselves in the situation we're in now.
Yeah, great stuff. And Mr. Fengler, we have pondered in this stream at whether your strategy has been executed to absolute perfection. Then we saw the rain increasing. How's that impacted your final stint with Martin in the car?
Let's say on a scale of 1 to 10 of how fucked we've been already in the race, definitely 11. Like, we have misjudged every situation strategy-wise. We started on wet tires, absolutely wrong call. The 15
Told you.
minutes stint, Yep, the 50-minute stint decided to, like go off sequence, go on dry tires, and then see where we end up. Worked surprisingly well. Lucas then get basically a 1.5 hour stint in total. Mainly because he is Mr. Nürburgring himself. Yeah, and did a fantastic recovery drive back into the top 10. Then I got my shot. Worked out fairly well, and all the bad luck the strategy calls of me and Martin have probably brought us was then given back with a shit ton of near misses where people would have probably collected us but just did not by a fraction. Yeah, and then we went into the last stint. We're seeing that light rain is coming in, like 5 minutes past my or before my pit. So we're like, okay, yeah, that's a good call. Gonna go now from dry tires to wets again. Which was obviously the right call, but we underestimated the drop in PSI due to temperature. And now, yeah, it's been a shit show with tire pressures and everything. And Martin is really just doing his very best to keep the car together. But it's an understeery, oversteery beast. Like, we all know that Lamborghini likes to have a lot of wheel spin on the rear, and combine that with it trying to go straight on every corner. It's quite the job to get around the track, so kudos to anyone else also driving the car in these conditions.
So we were talking about Martin not long ago, actually, with regards to the sort of battle you guys have got is with the number 16 Ferrari. The bad news is in the last few laps, he started to reel you guys back in again. There was a time when Martin pulled away, and now he's getting you back. 50 minutes to go, gap's about 4 seconds. Got the faith in Martin to do the job for your team and get you in the P4 at the end?
Well, so far it's been a good team effort. We try to keep Martin's back really clear so he can really only focus on driving. And I think you've seen the battles, it worked to a good extent.
Yeah.
And we'll see to make it happen, to see this through. We are not expecting to move forward in any kind. This is going to be clinging on to P4. It's the best we can get. And it would have been interesting to see what could have been possible if we didn't fuck up the pit strategy. But then again, unbelievable comeback story, really due to Martin and Lucas doing phenomenal stints.
Yeah, we do say in these Enduros that, you know, you may sort of sit there and look at the fast driver, and me and Darius have spoke a few times about what driver you put in where and all that sort of stuff, and you can't underestimate the value of your middle stint drivers, because they're the ones that really push out the consistency. And when you were in the car, that's pretty much what we said, and we had that conversation about at this time in the race when you just want someone in there who can do a job. And you can't underestimate that, because if you have someone in there who's driving at like 95% all the time, you're going to have an accident. You need someone who can just be consistent and hit a lap time. And that's the job that your middle stint drivers tend to do in these Enduros. So you all play a part in it, and you can revel in that success together, rather than just say, oh, Martin's done this job for us or whatever. Everyone's had a part to play in that.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, yeah. And it's in the end why we do Enduros. It's what we enjoy, I would say. It's the team effort, and that every minute of every driver in the end counts for the final result.
100%. Yeah.
Nevertheless, I wanted to ask you guys, perhaps advertise the next event a little bit, because not necessarily everyone on the stream or in the server will know that we're gonna go for Watkins Glen in the next month.
Oh, well, I'll tell you what, the floor's yours, Mr. Fangler. Why don't you tell us all about the upcoming...
I was about to say, don't make us do your advertising when you do your advertising yourself when you come in here.
All right, so what are we looking up to? We're currently in the warm-up process, obviously, to the championship that starts in March. 4 tracks, 4 months, 1 race per month. But next time we're gonna go for another warm-up race, you know, like to test out the minor details, see if the rule set works, all that stuff. And we have another 4-hour drive in the used to quality. We're going to have live comms, we're going to have live stewarding, all set for you, the same qualifying format. Yep, and there are still slots. We're going to do this on the 15th of February. So in roughly, I think it's 4 weeks, 1, 2, 3, 3-ish weeks, yeah.
So just as everyone's got the girlfriends on like the on the good side after treating them with Valentine's Day, we're gonna say, right, sorry love, I'm gonna be sat in the rig Saturday night.
Yeah, do your missus a little favor and then come join us for the boys' night.
100%. Let's do it. Watkins Glen, huge favourite track on ACC. That should be quite a popular event. But please do it in the daytime because I'm struggling to see the cars.
Oh, yeah, we already thought of that, and I think it's also time to leave out the rain a little bit. Like, we had so much bad luck with mixed conditions in the recent Enduros we hosted that probably we're going to go for something more dry and perhaps something like a sunset start into the day.
Sounds good. Sounds good.
All right, then. Cheers. Yeah, cheers for having me. Cheers for doing this, guys. I know this has been late notice, a lot of improvisation, impro that was necessary to set it up, but you're doing a phenomenal job.
It's all been Darius. I've been
Just tell YouTube to be a little bit less of a cunt. Then we can get this working. But YouTube literally drove me mad the first 5 minutes before the race started because I couldn't get the stream to work.
I'll see to get my contacts playing there. Yeah.
Good.
And cheers also for everyone who is making this race happen, to all the teams and drivers. It's just absolutely enjoyable again to finally be racing Enduros here at ERA once again.
It's got to be my favourite time when we're doing these Enduros, and we've got Korea in the waiting room as well, whose team have had a bit of a time. So Darius, when you're ready, I'll bring them up. Any final words, Thomas and Fangs, just before I let you go?
No, it's all from me. Happy to be here, and thanks to you guys for commentating and broadcasting this, and to all the stewards who are doing an insanely good job with the live stewarding part.
Yeah, shout them out at the end, don't you worry. Thanks, gents, and good luck to your respective teams for the remaining 9 minutes of the race.
You as well. Bye bye.
Cheers, guys.
Bye.
So we've got. If you want to speak, by the way, raise your hand. Request to speak or whatever it's called, and then we'll get you up. Yep, there you go. Lovely. Let's get you in.
Hello.
Hello, Nick.
Hell of a race today.
It has been a bit of a blunder for you, hasn't it?
Oh my god. It was great for the 2 hours.
We're noticing a pattern with this. Apparently, you cannot drive a racing team as two brothers.
Yeah.
Because
yeah.
even though you were unlucky, the Smiths were even more unlucky.
No, they had the worst.
It's not often I feel bad for the Smiths because I love nothing more than to take the piss out of both of them. But today, I genuinely have. Every time I've looked at that 777 car, it's having some sort of crisis.
Yes.
Not always self-inflicted either, which is another thing. But yeah, like just. I guess we're nearly at the race finish now. So talk us through the race from your perspective and what on earth has happened.
Alright, so for like the first 2 hours was really good. I was in the car. The car was feeling really good in the beginning. As you could clearly tell from the multiple positions I got, I was really having fun with the car. It was really tricky conditions because we didn't know whether to put on wets yet or stay on the dries and risk it. So I just decided to stay on dries, which count in the favor of us for the majority of the race.
We noticed.
Yeah, I was flying through those first 2 hours, but the mistakes that I did before is that I was using brakes 1.
Oh
entire
god.
time.
Oh god, so your brakes burned after 2 hours.
right.
Oh.
The brakes burned off after 2 hours when I handed off to my brother, and he was giving up his 100%. He's not as fast as me, but he was giving it his 100%, and just like I didn't realize the brakes were shot. I didn't realize about the brakes until after we gave up. I'm like, oh my god, no wonder.
Could
Yeah,
have
you're
just
like, why is this car not stopping anymore?
could have just changed brakes, you know.
Yeah, I could have, but then it's like 45 seconds for brake change, isn't it, or something like that? It was ridiculous.
I don't know.
I think
I've
it-
always been asleep during the night maintenance stop that we have to do as a team sometimes.
Yeah, so
Yeah, you feature quite heavily in that opening stint. I think me and Darius are waxing lyrical about the drivers that have just made the right call at the start and got the tyre pressures down and started on the right tyre and were just making all the right moves. And you were definitely one of those. And that just
yeah,
shows how an endurance race can go from one extreme to the other, really, doesn't it?
yeah,
It's
really, really.
it's a tough gig.
Overall, I had really fun in the endurance race, despite not me finishing it. But I had some scruffles as well.
Well, as Spengler said just before you got in here, there's another one that we're arranging for mid-February at
Oh, I can't wait for that one.
Glen. Watkins Glen. So 15th of
Oh,
February in your diaries, Watkins Glen. Get your team together. Maybe you and your brother go on a different team though, just for luck this time. You know, create an A and a B car. just don't tempt fate. And I think we're gonna have a sunrise race at Watkins Glen, and yeah,
alright,
that'll be
should be
that'll
fun
be good.
as long as it's not raining, because
No,
God knows I'm tired of rain.
a chance to redeem yourself, maybe. That's what we should be looking at, I think.
All right, I feel excited. Thank you
Come
guys
on.
for commentating as always. I always like seeing the broadcasting after the race ends or even during the race. So thank you guys for commentating as always.
Yeah, the half-ass the half-ass job that we're doing now that we have to substitute for Steven.
I know. And it honestly makes you realise just how much these good commentators make an
Yeah,
impact.
how
And then you've got me and Darius just ham-fisted it through the entire thing.
Yeah, and then you imagine how good Steven is. I mean, it worked pretty well when I commentated with him alongside at Bathurst, but then again, he was the main commentator. So for me and Chris doing this as the main commentators, even though we're just ham-fisted wannabe racing drivers, this is something different.
Yeah, good. It's hard doing a good commentator. But
Well,
yeah, I'm gonna
Thanks for
go
joining us
now.
in the booth.
Is the race over yet? I don't have the stream up.
No,
time.
it's 4 minutes, and Mr. Pinner is crawling up the arse of Mr. Spitzer.
Oh, uh-oh. I should hop on
Literally
back on the
leaving
stream
him.
for sure then.
Martin has got 4 minutes of pain to soldier through.
Oh well, good luck to him. He's gonna need it.
He's gonna need it, yeah.
Yeah, so I can't wait for Watkins Glen. I'm really excited. So still a lot of racing to do.
Yep. Alright, enjoy
All
yourself,
right.
Nick. Have a good evening.
See you later, man.
You too, guys.
See you later, man.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye bye.
Bye.
Wait, what? Oh.
Just as we were talking to Nick there, the Polos Hermanos team, whatever they call themselves, Cossett looped his car, and that's put Ryan right on his tail. Is 1.5 second gap now.
Yeah, it's the same gap Pinner and Spitzer have.
So there's two little battles kicking off now, all within the top 10. You've been watching the Pinner Spitzer fight in the background. What's your thought? What would you predict? You know Spitzer and that quite well. So.
I know Spitzer quite well, and he can defend quite hard when it comes to that. So I don't think Spitzer will let him have that easily. And that's Pinner off the track. That was in way too hot. Yeah.
Was that self-inflicted?
That was self-inflicted. He was in way too hot. Broke way too late. Couldn't slow down enough and slid off. I think that's it. Spitzer's got that.
Yeah, there's probably not going to be enough time now. That gap is... He's not lost too much time. 1.8 seconds is what my delta's showing. I don't know if yours is...
Yeah, 1.8. He's just lost about a second. He's saved it pretty well. But I think that's put him out of contention. Because Peterson is just in front of Spitzer. Peterson just went through Warsteiner, is going into Wiedel now. So if I don't predict this wrong, there might only be one more lap.
Yeah, he's not going to make it, is he? In the next what's he doing? He's doing 203.
He's back to one. Pinner's back to 1.1. This, I think this might not be as written off as I thought it would be.
There's a yellow flag ahead of them. It's a car letting them go. I think that's the BMW Shooting's car with Dennis Howitt behind the wheel. I think that was them.
Might
letting
be.
go.
Peterson's
So
over
we've
the
gone
line now. We've got one more lap to go. This is the final lap of the race as Peterson enters T1 as the uncontested leader with a 2-minute gap to P2.
31 off the track. That's
Howick.
Dennis Howick. Yeah,
Yeah,
had an
parked
issue. It
off.
sounds like that car's
141 spun into the pit wall after the final corner. They've had a horrible race as well.
that's been a
Ryan
bad one.
is
There's a lot of drivers that have had a bad one.
Ryan is glued to the back of Kasut at this rate. Currently lapping as one of the fastest drivers. As Spitzer
I think we need to go on. Sorry.
Spitzer's glued to the. Spitzer's trying to keep Pinner back. As Gel is down to 0.2 on Kasut through the final corner. Kasut goes wide and Gel takes the position.
Off the track. Kasut's off the track and stopped.
Why is he stopped?
That car's not moving. What happened to it?
Car's still running.
He might be out of fuel.
No, the engine's still running. Or is he just waiting for the lap to end at this rate?
Maybe. Is he far enough? Yeah, well, he's far enough ahead of Neville. Is he? Or
If
has
he-
Neville got him now? I don't know.
I don't think so. He was a lap ahead.
So yeah, he might just be waiting, waiting to do that and get across. We're gonna need to request Motec data from Peterson, by the way, because the gap. Peterson is.
Why is Kleinwächter down to 0.5 now?
I think that's got to be an error. Yeah.
Yeah, Peterson's one
How
lap
was
ahead.
that?
Peterson's just lapped him.
Yeah, he's just lapped him. So P1 has lapped P2.
Yep.
In 4
hours.
Motec data, Chris. Motec data is going to be needed for that one.
That is Martin Spitzer into P4 in front of Antonella Pinner in P5. So currently we're looking at Peterson P1, team of Kleinwächter, so WKS Racing in P2, Ernest Limburgs in P3, Martin Spitzer of the Lambo Maniacs in P4, Antonella Pinner of Extreme Racing into P5, Shaman Kusut into P6.
So that's your pro order. Ryan Angel is just coming through the final chicane now. He's going to be... Oh, they've just had a drive-through for stint time, so they've literally just ticked over 1 hour 15. Yeah, they have by 10 seconds.
Ah,
They're going to hit.
30
That's going to
seconds.
drop them. But they're not going to lose position.
It's gonna drop
don't think.
it's gonna drop them behind Jude. Well, Jude, this is not a drift show, goddammit.
They had a lap up, I think. I don't know if they had a lap up on Warren.
I don't think so.
We'll see at the end. But yeah, that converts to a 30-second penalty for the 435, which is gutting for them after what was a fantastic race. We'll see what it converts to at the end, though. And then the winner of your silver is Lucasen.
Yep.
He shares the car with Hater, so finally Hater can add some silverware to his collection. The Smith brothers, even after all their issues in this race, still get to take home a trophy after finishing P2 and P13 overall, which I've got to be saying is actually quite an impressive result given
The amount of shit
hell
they
that
had
they've
to
had,
soldier
yeah.
through, yeah.
They've had a lot to deal with. So well done for them for grinding through it. And any driver that's come through this race and has seen the checkered flag, you have my respect because Yeah. It's been a hard one.
Definitely. Oh, Dennis, do you want to come on stage and want to explain why you desperately want to die? Let me just.
We're gonna want Peterson, aren't we?
Yeah.
I'll go and find Peterson, and you can speak to Dennis.
Yeah. Let me do. I'll put on the start replay first. And dun, has to be this one. Yes. Okay, I don't need that anymore. So we're just letting that run in the background. Dennis, you can come up to us. Chris, be aware. Are you still here, Chris?
I am.
Good. Be aware. Your camera is now on. FYI. Or should we just skip that part? Because otherwise, I would just skip to the camera being running and we just do like the interviews.
I'm fine with what it's your production, mate. You do what you like.
Okay. So we're doing this now. Okay, you can see our ugly mocks now on camera with a live reaction, which was technically planned for every replay we did, but then again, my replay did shit itself, or my race control did shit itself. So, well, here we are now. Yeah, Dennis, talk us through it. Why do you desperately want to die after that race?
I don't think I even want to bother explaining it. Like, not only was my stint just cursed from the start, at the last minute my engine blew.
Oh, that's why you were
The
parked
last
off the track.
minute.
Okay, so
Yeah.
that makes it 2 engines for the entire race. We've lost 2 engines. Good to know.
Yeah, like, honestly, I don't even want to talk about it, honestly, because that fucking hurt. Like, David Shouden, right? Like, he put us in such a good position. All I had to do was bring it home, and I can't even do that.
Well,
Like, this is the sole reason I want to desperately die right now.
I mean, understandable. Understandable.
Yeah, I'd sympathise.
Yeah,
The game screwed me. My the pit stops screwed me because for some reason my pit crew decided to change to dry tires when it was full on raining.
So you've got the Ferrari F1 pit crew working on your BMW.
Yeah, you
What
got
are you telling us?
you got Ferrari
I-
Strat made.
Yeah.
I'm gonna switch fucking cars again. I don't want the Germans. I don't want the Italians. I may go to the Japanese.
Yeah, get a bit of reliability under your belt.
Yeah.
All right, Dennis.
sounds
Well, I
about
mean,
right.
look, that's unfortunate luck, but you have a chance to redeem yourself at one of the game's favourite circuits, which is Watkins Glen, where ERA is heading to next for our endurance series. Fengler revealed in an exclusive interview with me and Darius not too long ago. So if you want to redeem yourself, you and Mr. Shooten come.
Oh,
Come on, mate.
I plan to, because this is not the result that David Shouden deserves, and I feel awful. Honestly, I feel so bad.
Bring a spare engine, mate. That's all I can say about it. You'll be fine.
The spare
You know,
engine.
I thought German cars were reliable. Clearly not.
Well,
Well,
they are until you bounce them off the rev limit.
I was about to say the only 2 cars that actually exploded were a BMW and a Mercedes. That's quite a statement now, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. True reliability at its finest. Well, I won't hold you guys up. I'm sure you guys have a lot more interviews planned. But yeah, I'm gonna go hang myself now.
Please don't.
Please don't, mate. We don't want to be responsible for that.
Oh, you won't. You won't. I'll specifically write it on my death note.
Oh, I appreciate that. But won't that raise even more suspicion if you put on your note, this was definitely not Darius and Chris's fault, and everyone at ERA suddenly, like, the Discord gets shut down by the NSA or something. Anyway, see you later, Dennis.
Yeah.
Thanks for jumping up.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
I think it's fair to bring in the winner overall. Chris, if you'd like to request to speak, mate, so we can get you up. What I will say before you say anything is we're gonna need your Motec data.
So I'm not all too wrong with my prediction that the Honda might need a bit of ballast in the wet.
Seems like it.
You lapped P2 for fuck's sake!
I'd ask how the race was for you, Chris, but we know. We know already.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're probably one of the drivers, even though you were leading and pumping out fast laps, I didn't even bother give you stream time because I just thought, he's just gonna run away with it anyway.
Yeah, I was also thinking, like, what am I supposed to say in the interview? Because everything I can say now would sound cocky, I think.
Honda broken, please, Bob.
Yeah, basically, please screw me up for tomorrow. You know, you build a wall with whatever tools you get given, and you unfortunately got given, you know, a thing that automatically built. No, I'm joking. You've still got to drive the bloody car. Yeah, you still execute it for 4 hours. Let's not forget, by the way, Chris drove this solo.
That's true.
So he's come straight into his bladder's probably bursting. You can't see his profile picture in the stream, but it's a fat Max Verstappen, and it's only fat because his bladder's so full. So we can't keep Chris long, and he needs to go and have a wee. But
or did
I already took care of that.
So you did the Luke Whitehead pit stop as I expected.
No, I feared I had to do it because, like, from the race start again I needed to, but this time it was an endurance race and I had enough endurance, I guess.
Just like 10 nappies just at the bottom of your rig.
Yeah, and I think like pulling to the side and going for a piss is a bit disrespectful to the competition.
Probably. Yeah, that's probably just literally taking the piss, if I'm being honest with you. But yeah, I know there's not a lot to say with regards to this one, but well done. You've got 2 weeks now to prepare for Watkins Glen, which Fengler revealed is the next one.
Oh, is it in 2 weeks already? Damn.
February the 15th, so 2 and a bit weeks. 2, maybe 3 weeks, I think.
Alright.
So that's the next one. 1, 2, 3 weeks, sorry, my bad. I'm not good at my date.
I definitely had lots of fun. It was a good race, and also everyone was clean when, like, or most people were clean when lapping them and stuff. So it was all good.
Good stuff. Well, hopefully that's a sign of things to come. And the drivers that participated in this one can make it again. We promise not to give you dark, maybe not as much rain next time. And we go again in 3 weeks at Watkins Glen. Thanks, Chris. Anything else, Darius? Sorry, by the way.
No.
No. Lovely. Well, we've got a few people in the audience. That doesn't necessarily mean they want to speak. I think who I'd like to hear from, actually, and this is risky, Darius, I don't know if you agree, but I'd like to hear from someone who's won a trophy today for the first time in ACC.
Okay, so
He's
you want
from London.
So you want me to hover the end stream button? Gotcha.
Yeah. So if you get the bleeper ready, and you just get ready to get the entire ERA YouTube channel deleted from existence, we can bring in Professional Hater. If you'd want to speak, you can put your hand up. Would be good to get your thoughts on that race. If you don't, then we can get one of the other guys in that wants to speak. That is fine. I ain't got a problem with that. No, okay, that's fine. No hand up, no problem. Flo, we've already spoke to you so far. So actually, the guy I'm going to bring in is Robert Volt, who should be joining us imminently. Robert, welcome to the commentary box. Have you dried off after that one?
Well, I haven't really dried off, but I'm not technically sober anymore.
Understandable.
Yeah, we're working on it right now.
Yep. I was so confident in my team that I popped up my victory beer the moment I finished my stint.
Yeah, man.
Understandable.
That's how it's done. That's endurance races, though.
Yeah.
Like, I know. I used to race in a different series, and they had it where you'd submit like your webcam links to their streamer, and we should think about doing that actually in the next one.
Yeah.
And every now and again they'd check in, and there was just a bunch of Dutch lads like 6 of them in a room, and it progressively got more pit. And this was 24-hour race at Spa, and by like hour 18, they're all just fucked. These are like beer bottles everywhere, but they're still like running 8th in class. It's brilliant. So no, and I love the camaraderie around endurance events. I think it just brings something, something different to the season. So when you just have like one race a week in the Sunday series, you sort of get in a routine. Whereas these enduros, there's teamwork, there's camaraderie. Like it just has a different feel to it, I think. And I've really enjoyed covering it with Darius. I don't know if you've enjoyed the race as well, but it's different, isn't it?
Like, my expectancy has just been blown out of the water because I went into this endurance and thought maybe we will get in the midsection of the positions, but no. We finish first in class and P7.
Yeah, huge.
It's really huge.
And not just 4 hours of just hot lapping, 4 hours in changeable conditions. We started in daylight with just a little bit of drizzle, and we ended in what can only be described as
Germany.
A river. Yeah, Germany.
Germany. Well, either Germany or, since Thomas is here, Bergen.
Yeah. Well, either way, tricky conditions. I think every team driver will have said at some point in this race their tyre pressures and temps were completely out of whack. They were begging for the rain to ease up or get worse, just to bring it back down again. So I think not only to win your class, but getting an overall top sort of 10 position, you've got to walk away from that and go, we did a good job.
Yeah. And speaking of tire pressures, I did the race start, and I ended up with just about like 24 psi my entire stint, and still got 201s. Like consistently 201, 201, 201, 202, 201 all the time.
And for those that are in the chat that don't know, so the atmospheric pressure of air is about 20 psi. So that means if you get a flat tyre, it's 20 psi. So you just had a little bit of air pressure in there, and you were still getting to it. I think a lot of drivers, to be fair, would have had that, because the track would have been freezing bloody cold.
Yeah.
The grips at a premium. Well done, Robert, to you and your team. I know that wouldn't have come easy for you guys.
No. Then again, confidence in my team and seeing how well we did in general.
Yeah, definitely.
But I shall let Thomas speak as well, if he's up for it.
We just had the man of the hour who had the hand up, the man that we all want to get here, the Londoner that I dare not to curse at least once. So let's speak to Hater first, if you would be so inclined, Mr. Hater.
He's put his hand down again.
There we go, boys.
Thank you.
There we go. Cheers, Robert. Thank you, mate.
Thank you, Robert.
Yeah. And have a great night, everybody.
Thank you.
Well, we're starting on it, mate. Don't you worry about that. Hater, you've got a trophy for the cabinet. You've got to buy a cabinet now.
What trophy, man?
For you winning your class.
Wait, what?
Yeah,
for fuck's sake, did you even realise that?
Fuck no.
Yeah, you won
for fuck's sake.
I literally, the whole time me and Lucasen were stressing, I was like, yo, we need to do this pit strategy here. We need to fuck it. Like, the whole time I was planning that shit. Also, because I watched the replay from your guys' stream, my fucking steering snapped, and my wheel was literally about to break my wrist, so better safe than fucking sorry.
That's why you spun, okay.
Yeah, I tried to save it last second, but I'm like, fuck it, might as well go into this wall.
How was it working with Lucasen for that?
Oh, honestly, he was amazing. Like, very fast teammate as well. I know, like, he had a couple battles with Miles where I was like, I was telling him, overtake here, like, be careful for this guy, otherwise he might crash into you, And so, I'm gonna be honest, a lot of Mercedes spun out. I don't know why.
couldn't tell you. But I'm in a Mercedes for Sunday in similar conditions, so I'm now worried because I've also
Yeah,
made the
yeah.
same conclusion.
Honestly,
Yeah.
I can count about like I don't know 10 Mercedes that have just spun out, and like another 10 of them that got like penalties, which is like suspiciously weird. That happened more than 10 times.
There was also one Mercedes who's blown an engine.
Actually,
Yeah.
no way. Oh yeah,
Yes.
what happened to Shimon? Because I just saw him on the side of the track.
He was just waiting for Peterson to lap him so he
Yeah.
doesn't have to drive another lap.
He didn't. He
Oh,
wouldn't
he
have had
ran
the
out of
fuel for
fuel.
another lap. He might have.
That's
Well, he had enough to just sit there with it idling on the edge of the track, admiring the view while Peterson came round again, basically.
fair enough, fair enough.
Um.
But yeah.
So, was this your first ACC endurance race? Right.
I did Mount Panorama 4 hours, which was
Got you.
Lucas was supposed to do with me, but he couldn't, and I just said leave it on. I'll do it myself.
Yeah, I
we've
remember
actually
that.
had a
You did that by
question.
yourself.
Yeah, I think I did okay in that race. I don't remember, but oh well.
I mean, that's a trial by fire, first enduro Mount Panorama.
Yep, yep.
If you're gonna
I
do
mean,
it, you do it right, you know.
yeah, I mean, I'm looking forward to Watkins then, honestly.
Yeah, I think that's a crowd favourite, surely.
Yeah, it
Watkins
is.
Glen. Question in the chat from Miles is asking what happened in the first stint with Lucasen because he seemed to be struggling, and then
Okay,
afterwards he was just cooking.
so because I came on like I think 20 minutes later because I was out,
Yeah.
and Lucasen told me that he put on dry tires that were overpressured, but no, sorry, he put on wet tires that were underpressured, sorry, because he thought the rain was rolling, and I told him you should have put like overpressured dryers, and so he's pretty much struggling with wet tires that were red, so he was pretty much fighting for like half an hour and get in position with red hot tires and that are wet, so yeah.
That suddenly that makes a lot of sense as to why we saw such a difference in what he was delivering.
Yeah, no, I told
Yeah.
him. We even he had like he did a lot of fucking research. Props to him. Like if you check our team chat, like you can see like tire pressures for wet, dry, and then dry lines for wet, and then dry tires for wet. Like it was all structured and everything.
Yeah, a lot of this can be prep, but sometimes it's just down to the weather gods, and if you got the right driver in at the right time, and you just make the right calls on track sometimes, dude.
Yeah.
So there's a lot that goes into it. But no, I just wanted to grab you in, honestly, to congratulate you for
I didn't
walking
realize.
away. Yeah, walking away with a trophy, dude. Like I'm genuinely chuffed for you. It's a good, it's genuinely a good result.
I'm gonna be honest. I only think I did like 1.5 hour of my stint because Lucasen was doing so fucking good. I could tell that he was just in the flow. So I
Yeah.
just told him, stay out.
Okay.
I'll tell you everything. Here are your tire pressures. Here's the food that you need to take. And I just told him like, who's next to you. Pretty much just been his pit crew for the rest of the race.
No matter what part it is, it's still a team game.
Yeah,
You
I
still
mean,
did an hour and a half of driving.
I think he deserves most of the credit, honestly.
Yeah, dude. 100%, definitely, but at the same point, he wouldn't be able to have done that without your assistance and your input during the stints as well. So,
yeah,
6 to 1, half dozen the other. Yeah. But no, well done, Hater.
All right, yeah, thank you. I'll see you tomorrow well, I won't see you tomorrow, but see everyone else tomorrow on the track. Take care.
Take care, man. Thank you.
Okay, so we've got Thomas, and we've got Flo, and we've got a Frenchman that has joined us, Mr. Mur.
Oh, hello.
And he's gone again.
He immediately, as soon as we said...
We've got a Frenchman in here, bing, gone.
He saw, there's an Englishman and a German ready to interview me. This won't go well.
So then let's take on Mr. Hagen and Mr. Scob as well. At the same time. Again?
Yeah, again, we chatted a little bit during the race, didn't we?
Oh, I've just seen Miles's comment.
Yeah, same. I'm not going to repeat as well. It's so bang on.
Oh, superb. Well, we've chatted to both of you guys already through the Enduro, but now it's over. You got your helmets off, you're rested, you've debriefed your teams. Give us your out of car impressions. How was the 4 hours of Nürburgring for both of you guys?
For me, well, it was certainly unique with the drizzle, and like It's too wet for dry tires and it's too dry for wet tires, which made it very, very exciting. For my stints, pretty much like right about halfway through my stint, the rain started picking up, and I was still on dry tires. And we looked at the time and kind of tried to plan it so that I would come in as close to 1 hour and 15 minutes left of the race.
Yeah.
We managed to do pretty good, which when we then was able to put Ryan on wet tires. But the issue is in the last corner on the final lap, we managed to exceed the maximum stint time of 75 minutes. So we crossed the line at 1 hour, 15 minutes, and 13 seconds on his stint time.
Yeah,
which
we
was
saw that.
very
before.
unfortunate. And
It didn't
that
cost you a
robbed us.
class position though, did it?
No, it didn't. It cost us an overall position, so from P7 down to P8, but we're still first in class with 6 seconds to go.
Yeah, and literally that was a 13-second gap because I saw it pop up. Like we were too busy looking at who's coming across the line, and then suddenly DT for exceeding stint timer pops up. We thought it might be closer with a couple of cars anyway, looking at when they pitted. Darius was running through the list and going, well, they're about 40 minutes away or they're about here. So we had sort of an idea as to who was where, and I think you guys were one of them. So that's unfortunate. But ultimately, mate, like, you've got a class win for your team. So, you know, got to be happy with that.
Oh, absolutely. As a team owner, I am
Nathan Warren
ecstatic.
says Nathan Warren says he'll get you next time.
Oh. Yeah. We're going to have to... We need a rematch, Nathan. We absolutely do.
Yeah, just take Gel out of the car next time and maybe you'll actually have a rematch.
Yeah, we'll
no
see.
more cheat codes, mate. That's, yeah. We're going to
We'll
request
see.
his
You
Motec
know.
data and Chris's.
Yeah, you know, we saw that my other team, they put in an ace in their sleeves, so we figured we needed an ace in our sleeves as well.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely. Oh, well done. I know it's an unfortunate little bit at the end, but the overall result is still a very good one for the Nubs Racing division. So well done.
Thank you.
Sorry, I was looking at another part of the Discord and I've vanished away.
Yeah, same. So now we're stuck with Flo again.
Ah,
yeah,
Flo.
Congratulations to Hagen's team on the class win. On that note, very well done. Congratulations to everyone else, by the way. That was a really good race, really fun.
Apart from P1 who didn't get screen time because he was boring.
Well, yeah, but he won the race and got 3 minutes into the finish before P2, right?
He lapped P2. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
he only
amazing,
got screen time. He only got screen time because he was lapping cars that we were watching. That's the only time Chris got on stream.
Yeah. Yeah.
Otherwise, we didn't talk about him.
Yeah, we had a little fun at the end. Like with 5 minutes to go at the end of the race, we noticed that P7 behind us was a lap down.
Oh, right.
And we also saw that the other LPH team, Miles and Lewis, were only half a lap down from us. So we were quickly thinking of if we should just stop in the last turn and drive over the finish line together. So yeah, that's probably
finished.
So
is that why we stopped?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why we stopped.
So my theory didn't work out.
No, we had enough fuel to go for the end, but we went for the more photographic image of having both of the team's cars finish at the same time. And yeah, no, overall, it was pretty fun. I know a lot of people are like, oh, the weather was shit. I enjoyed this weather. It was a lot of fun because you could not... The swap over point from dries to wets was really big. Like, it wasn't clear cut immediately. And Yeah, no, it was a lot of fun. I enjoy weather like this personally, because it's not a dry race. In a dry race, everyone can drive, right? And it's in the end, it's who makes less mistakes, and you just kind of hit sort on an Excel list. In a wet race like this, a lot of different stuff comes in, and it's not quite clear cut. Well, unless you're lapping everyone by 1.5 laps, but you know.
You definitely get
Yeah.
drivers that excel in these conditions.
Absolutely, yeah, and you get different plays with strategy as well. Like I'm pretty sure the team of Lucas Kolb, I think it was Kolb, Fengler, and Spitzer in a car, right? I think they started on the wet tires. They took the tire gamble. I think they were one of 2 or 3 drivers that did that. Good idea. It could have gone either way. Unfortunately for them, we didn't get wet weather until like 1.5 hours left to go. So yeah, that's unfortunate. But that was a good try from them. So yeah, I think weather like this always brings out really interesting racing for the cars on track as well as for the people watching.
Yeah, definitely. Well, it definitely gave us something to watch, and it kept the stewards relatively busy as well. I was actually expecting it to be worse than it was. If I'm gonna sit here in all honesty and say, like, you know, I was expecting it to be worse than it ended up being.
Absolutely. The incident sheet looks, I had a quick look over it as well just now. It looks a lot better than Server 2 Zolder. But
And most of it was just like little taps as well. So
yeah,
can we not talk about Zolder like ever again? Thank you.
Okay, yeah, that's fine.
I'm getting PTSD from that week.
Yeah, we were in a VC last night. There was a few of us, and someone mentioned it, and Darius flipped his nut. He's like, "Stop it!"
That's completely reasonable, yeah.
Yeah, but for me personally, by the way, just while we're on a platform and we're live, I just want to say thank you to the other stewards, which were Skirt and Sam, that have actively been, and they've done the bulk of the work tonight and allowed me to sort of join Darius in the commentary booth.
Has Chris's
Huge thank you to you guys for doing that.
Your sound just cut out for a minute. Yeah, you just cut out for a minute, Chris.
Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, sorry. All I was saying, I don't know where you heard and where you didn't, is just I wanted to say thank you to Skirt and Sam in the ERI stewarding team who basically took over tonight and ran the live stewarding. I was only needed for basic admin stuff, so appreciate you boys for doing that. Thank you.
Yeah, that also helped me a lot, not commentating by myself. For basically doing that as a lead commentator for the first time, and with a stream that was, you know, half-assed, makeshift, welded together like 2 hours before the race, and then with YouTube cocking about when the stream was about to start and nothing working as intended. This has turned out quite well. Definitely. Thanks for all the guys in the YouTube comments, for all the guys that are coming up to stage to talk with us, and massive thanks to, you know, the handsome Huncules who spend the entire night talking shit with me.
I'm pretty sure I can speak for all drivers as well. Big thanks to you guys for commentating. Big thanks to the stewards for doing a great job, and big thanks to everyone involved in this for setting this up and organizing it. Amazing race. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah, and also thanks.
Forward to the next one.
Why you mention that? Thanks to Fengler for running the shit show and ruining everything, every bit of my vacation that I have.
Okay, yeah, now this race was even sweeter.
I was waiting for that. Oh god. Yeah, no, but it will be nothing without the drivers. So you know, join us in 3 weeks' time for Watkins Glen. I'm hoping for a packed field there. Really am.
Not only join us in 3 weeks, join us for the Sunday races as well,
Yeah.
or the general races.
Yeah, come and get involved. Why not? We do a lot of stuff. We do a lot of racing, and we have a lot of fun while we're doing it. So come and get involved.
Yeah, definitely.
Thanks, Flo.
Thank you, Flo.
Thank you for having me. Thank you for everything you do.
You're welcome.
Well, and I guess now that we're done with that, I think this concludes our evening.
It does,
if there's nothing else.
No, nothing else to add from me. Yeah, I've got nothing more to add.
Yeah, me neither. Me neither.
You know, Flo hasn't said, and you haven't said, and you know, we've already advertised the next race coming up. Flo's mentioned the Sunday series we do. There's there's definitely more to come from ERA in the future, and we've got a lot of racing going on, and a lot of people that put a lot of time into this sort of thing, and genuinely want to make it work. So if you want to join an active community that actively promotes clean, fair, fast racing, look no further. But for now, from me, thanks for watching, thanks for tuning in. Like, subscribe, tell your mates, tell your mum, all that stuff, and we'll see you in the next one.